I go to school in a big city that's one of the least safe cities in the US. I chose this school specifically for nursing, and definitely not for the location. I live in a row house, I guess that's what we call it, off campus with 4 other girls. Cheaper and nicer than dorms, or so we thought. I guess in the end you get what you pay for. We are all girls and sophomores in college. As you would guess, we go out and drink, come back, do things we don't remember. We had just started our rent in August, 3 floors plus a basement, which was padlocked by the owners. Understandable. We would definitely have had parties down there to avoid immediate cleanup. Beside that though, the house was pretty great. Amazing location to the school and to work as well. I'm a CNA who works odd hours. It was not expensive and was in pretty good condition too. I had never lived with that many people before, just one roommate. So where I was living before, we definitely knew whenever one of us had misplaced or changed anything. Eventually, in this new place, I started to notice my snacks were either half gone or would be completely missing. I was starting to get really annoyed, but in a house of that many people, it's too much work to try and figure out who ate it specifically, so I just tried to get over it. Slowly, as girls do, we started making comments about someone eating our food, but passive-aggressively, like young college-age girls. We all just let it go though, because who wants the entire house to get into a big fight? At the time, I worked until about 11 in the NICU. I got home at about 11:30, mostly on weeknights. I started to take notice of pans left out or snack wrappers lying around. I thought it was odd because none of my roommates had done that before, but I just thought maybe they drank a bottle of wine and then went to bed. Maybe they just forgot being drunk. Again though, my roommates all started making their own comments. This time, we started to ask because it was getting really annoying with all of our food being gone and things being left lying around. I knew it had to be one of them, but who wants to admit they ate someone else's snacks in college? Snacks are a high commodity after all. We chalked it up to the girl who always smoked and ate her own weight in food. She swore up and down it was not her though. This went on for about 2 months. It started to get more obvious that someone was clearly stealing from us. Definitely the girl that always smokes. I see her eat her whole snack pantry in one night. Well, I wish it was her. One night at work, I was about to get off, but a situation happened and I didn't end up leaving until about 12:30 instead. I took the bus home. I carry pepper spray, a taser, and a pocket knife, so don't worry. I got home and just wanted to collapse. I wanted to sneak into bed ASAP. I walked into the front door. The stairs were directly in front of me. I could see down the side into the kitchen. I walked in and saw someone there, but I was way too tired to say hi, thinking it would end in a 30-minute conversation about nothing, so I walked straight upstairs. When I got to the second floor though, I noticed that all of my roommates' doors were closed, which always meant they were either in their room for the night or fast asleep. I started to get a weird feeling, something that made everything click. They were all asleep, right? I texted our house group chat, asking if anyone was in the kitchen. I felt stupid for even asking this question. 2 responded no, and said the other 2 had been asleep for a while. I knew it wasn't any of my roommates down there at that moment. I dialed 911, but I didn't press call yet. I crept into my roommate's room across the hall. Thankfully, or perhaps not thankfully for her, she didn't have her door locked. I whispered, telling her I thought someone was in the house downstairs. She gave me the widest eyes ever and looked like she was about to burst into tears. She didn't suspect anything like I had, but for reference, this was a very bad area. There was a shooting in the house 2 doors down only weeks earlier by an armed intruder. She mouthed to make the call. The whole time, we were dead silent. We couldn't hear anything at all. I was starting to think maybe I'd just seen things after such a long day at work, and was regretting that I'd dialed, thinking I was going to look like an idiot when they showed up, and I was just overtired and daydreaming. Still though, we explained to the officers what's going on, and they say they'll send someone ASAP. And that actually did mean right away, since this was a big and dangerous city. The police showed up very fast. I didn't even want to go downstairs to greet them, but the operator confirmed it was them, so I did. The whole time I could swear the operator could hear my heart beating out of my chest. The police come in and start looking around. I'm thinking to myself, oh God, I must look so dumb. They ask if there are any other floors. We tell them technically the basement, but it's always padlocked, so not really, no. They check the basement just in case. And yeah, they were right. A man had been living in the padlocked basement. The lock had been pulled off the hinges and was just kind of propped there against the wall. We'd never looked down there, though. We rarely went out back since it was locked. The guy had taken a comforter from one of my roommates out of the hall closet, a mattress from God knows where, and clothes, too. He was the one moving and eating all our stuff. He would come out in the middle of the night and do it. He had started getting more comfortable lately. I don't know if he was drugged out and forgot to clean his tracks or if he didn't really care anymore. My roommates and I had pretty consistent schedules during the week, probably making him think that any time after 12 was good to come out. We never slept with our individual doors locked, and that's what freaks me out the most. He had access to any one of us at any moment, and we had no idea. When he was getting arrested, I was the only one to go down and look. I don't know why I did. I wish I didn't. I took a picture in the process of him being arrested to show to my roommates, who were all too afraid to go down and meet him. For some questions about all the stuff he had down there. The clothes, some were unexplainable, but the nice button-down shirts he had were from two of my roommates' boyfriends that they had complained about mysteriously losing. The basement was also used as extra storage for the owners long ago, so that's why there was a bunch of random things in there. Not everyone has to believe me, but it did happen to me, and it was very scary. In 2014, I moved to England from Canada to gain work and travel experience, and also to find myself. I ended up living in Essex with 3 other roommates. They were all women a bit older than I was. I was 24 at the time. Megan was 31, Cherry was 34, and Cassie was 38. Megan was from New York, Cherry from New Jersey, and Cassie from Poland. All 4 of us shared this 3-story flat. The back of our home was the living room and kitchen. The back wall was complete glass that looked out into the garden. The garden was completely fenced in. The house had an interesting dynamic, to say the least. Tons of stories from that time in my life. I adored all of my roommates, except for Cherry. After living with Cherry for 7 months, I was completely over her antics. One day I come home from work. I lock the door, make myself something to eat, and go up to bed. I brought some work home with me, so I'm in my nightie with all these papers around me and my headphones on, jamming out. I had my headphones on because Cherry was out to dinner with work friends. That meant booze, and then soon after that, a tantrum that would surely come. I didn't want to have to listen to her crazy scream crying the whole night. I was working away, completely focused, until I felt something. I look up to see a man standing over me. I didn't register it right away. I passively say, "Cherry's room is on the 2nd floor, you know," and continued to work. Cherry regularly brought strange men home. He didn't leave. Again, "Cherry's room is downstairs, you..." Then he interrupts. "I'm not here for Cherry." A cold chill iced my veins. My fight or flight immediately kicked in. I started surveying the situation. I look him up and down. He has a bottle of Prosecco in one hand and a knife in the other. He's about 5'10". Wild, muddy brown hair and black eyes. He has this light blue polo shirt on, and one side of his collar was popped up, a distinct Manchester accent as well. Once I focused in, I realized his eyes were black because his pupils were completely dilated. Shit, I was in trouble. I needed an escape plan right now. Unfortunately, this man was standing in between me and my bedroom door. I needed to get downstairs, but I needed for him to think it was his idea, so I decided to play along. Just at that exact moment, he uses his knife to pop the cork. I said, "Oh no, let's clean that up. I prefer to drink out of a proper flute anyways." He nodded, replying, "Yeah, you're a proper classy bird. Let's go." I try to act as naturally as possible. I try not to show that I'm shaking all over, and try to gain control over my breathing. We take the long journey down the main floor of my flat, all 3 floors. He has the back of my nightie bunched up in one hand, and I could feel the point of his knife graze my back with his other. I was trying to playfully speak with him as we walked down the stairs. I couldn't tell you what I was saying. I was most likely just rambling. I couldn't hear anything over the beat of my heart in my own ears. We get to the bottom of the stairs. There's a hallway to my left that leads to the front door. On my right, which is much closer to us, the kitchen and the living room. We make our way into the kitchen. I point to the cabinets that had the wine glasses. He said he knew where they were, and started toward them. I now had the kitchen table in between us. It was time to run. I burst into a full sprint down the hallway toward the door. My hands fumble over the locks, shaking and sweating. I swing the door open and see 2 men walking across the street. They must have been walking home from the train, as there was a big train station right in front of our home. I call out to them urgently for help, and suddenly I'm flung onto the ground. Little pebbles piercing my skin send sharp pains where they jab in. The intruder pushed me out of the way to run and escape. One of the men began chasing after the intruder, while the other urged me to go inside while he surveyed my home and called the police. I locked all the doors and called the police myself as well. While I was on the phone with dispatch, I maniacally run around the house to double-check all the windows and doors. Suddenly, I hear a loud bang on my door. I inform the dispatch of the banging, and she informs me the police weren't there yet. I thought it might be one of the gentlemen who had stopped to help me. I go look out the eye hole, though, and I see it's him, the intruder. He came back for me. He's banging on my door, screaming that I had his glasses, and that he was not yet done with me. I freak out. The dispatcher attempts to calm me down, but I'm losing my ever-loving mind. She then said, "They're pulling into your street now. You should hear the sirens." I did, thank God. The intruder blasted off. One of the officers even had to jump out of the passenger side while the car was still moving and chase after him. The second officer comes into my home, interviews me and the 2 gentlemen, collects evidence and takes photos. After some time of him being there, Cherry comes home and freaks out. Once the situation was explained to her, she said, "Oh my God, that could have been me." "Yeah, thanks, Cherry, it's all about you." The next morning, I was called in to identify a man they had in custody. I pointed him out. I go into a little room and the officer pulls out an evidence bag. He asked me if the items were mine. They were. There were underwear and photos taken from my home as well. The officer then informed me that apparently this intruder had been stalking me for some time now. He estimated at least 3 months. He had made a nest outside our home on top of a hill that overlooked into our living room and kitchen. He was a known sex offender and drug dealer. He told me how lucky I was to get out practically unharmed. Others had not been so lucky with this guy. To the man who stalked me and broke into my home, let's not meet again. However, I would like to run into those 2 gentlemen that helped me. Every day, I'm very thankful for them. This occurred in 2017 and is 100% true. Due to a multitude of factors, including a recent death of a close friend, I was unbearably depressed at this time in my life. For that reason, my family flew across the country to visit me in LA where I live. We thought it would be nice to visit Catalina Island. When we arrived, it became apparent to us that this was the off-season. It was late November, the weather was extremely cold, and as a result, the island was nearly empty, besides locals and a few straggling tourists such as ourselves. Our very first priority was to ditch our luggage so we could go explore the island, so we immediately checked into our motel, though that word hardly does the place justice. I call it a motel because all the doors to the rooms exited to the outside, but in actuality our room was one of the 20 to 30 quaint guest house-looking buildings arranged in sort of a horseshoe shape around a walkway, with rooms on either side of the path. The entrance to the motel was essentially one of the points of the horseshoe. If you walked dead straight, you'd reach the room we were given, essentially on the corner before you have to go right to go further into the horseshoe. So, from our room, one path led back to the street, the other further into the secluded maze of various rooms. Stay with me here. After a day of exploring and having just finished dinner, it was time for the cold, dark walk back to the room. Catalina Island is a decent distance from the mainland, and let me just say, it gets dark. Perhaps similarly dark was my headspace after the dinner conversation took a left-hand turn and my overwhelming depression got the better of me. I pulled my black hoodie tighter over my freezing ears and walked ahead of my parents to the hotel room, telling them I just really needed to go to sleep. I did immediately as well. Depression sometimes makes that quite easy. I was already losing consciousness as they entered after me, drifting off without so much as a good night. Then I woke up to my mom saying my name urgently, a harsh whisper. The room had 2 beds, my parents' bed closer to the door and mine further into the room. My mom's voice cut through the silence again. She sounded very concerned for me. I didn't blame her considering my mental state at the time. Groggily, I rolled over. "What?" I asked. As my eyes adjusted to the dim moonlight coming in through the curtains, I saw her turn to face me. She was surprised to see me in my bed. Her eyes got wide. If I'm in my bed, then who was she talking to? We both looked back to where she was previously looking to see a hooded figure in black standing over their bed. Now, I know this is a specific place for scary stories, and you're listening to this knowing a creepy thing is about to happen, but understand how horrifically startling it is to be on an island in the middle of the ocean and wake up to see a hooded stranger looming over you. This moment seemed to last forever. Life isn't like the movies, though, where characters unleash a blood-curdling scream. Sometimes, the only thing that comes out when you're scared is something panicked and guttural. My mom's words became low and severe as she said my dad's name in a dire voice I'd never heard her use before. Then, the hooded figure did something so bizarre and unsettling. It didn't advance towards us, but instead it crouched in the corner where it stood. The way it crouched was so absolutely unexpected, even in regards to this already unexpected situation, that it terrified me. It was so animalistic. I knew 2 things, though. The hooded figure had been standing over us watching us sleep, and it was not acting in any sort of way I could comprehend. As opposed to the infinite moment of this figure standing over us mere seconds ago, though, the series of events that unfolded when my hulking ex-military dad finally woke up happened in an instant. Suddenly, we were out the door, not knowing which way the intruder had fled. My mom was screaming, "Get him! Get him!" My dad was running down one path of the horseshoe further into the hotel, shouting through sheer adrenaline, "I'm gonna fucking kill you!" I ran down the other path toward the street. When I got there, not a sign of the intruder. But it became suspiciously quiet behind me. I ran back to the room to find my dad quietly walking back, his head hung low. He got really close to me, and I heard him say, "It's a fucking kid." Explanation: some young teen, tall and lanky as I am in my 20s, wearing all black including a black hoodie, went into the wrong room. Our room on accident. The one time my parents just so happened to forget to lock the door. My mom woke up when he entered, and seeing a tall person in a black hoodie thought he was me, assumingly leaving the room in a depressive episode. When the hooded figure crouched, that was him realizing his mistake and panicking. He was scared of us. As I got back to the room, my mom walked out and hugged this kid, who was now bawling his eyes out. I would be too if a massive ex-soldier was sprinting after me with murder in his eyes. So, to the now traumatized kid from Catalina Island, I look forward to reading your Let's Not Meet of this same event from your perspective. First, let me set up some background to make the flow of the story a bit smoother. This happened almost 19 years ago. I was nearly 13 years old and was being raised by my grandparents. We lived in a little tourist town in Florida. They had problems with their 2 daughters as adults, my mother being the older of the 2, and they wanted to do everything they could to make sure I didn't turn out the same way. A bit of a do-over, if you will. Needless to say, they were very strict. My aunt was having a good period. She had all of her stuff together. We were all very close. My aunt understood what it was like to be raised under a glass dome, metaphorically speaking. They raised her too, after all. So, being as she was my only aunt, she made sure that the time we spent together was always super cool and fun. I would stay over Saturday nights. We would go out and hang out at the pier, and she would let me hang out with my middle school boyfriend, who would always find ways to get to wherever I was. My grandparents had no idea of any of these activities, of course. I was just spending some quality time with my aunt and giving them a break. It was nice that I had a younger female figure since my mom wasn't around. One night when we were out having fun, my aunt met this guy, and they really hit it off. He was very nice and introduced himself to me. He went by JR, and at first he was a kind and charming talker. They exchanged numbers after hanging out for a while. Then we went home and went to bed. They ended up going out a bit more, and my aunt ended up really liking JR. He took her to his home, introduced her to his father, and showed her around his land. He lived out in the woods in the middle of nowhere. I had lived in this town for 30 years. And still to this day, I couldn't pinpoint to you where he lived. I only went there once. He was teaching my aunt how to shoot a gun. I remember her shoulder rocking back with the impact of the shot and it surprising her. He had these weird flamenco dancing clothes in his closet. It was all seemingly harmless. I mean, everyone has their own quirks after all. About 10 days, maybe 2 weeks later, we were again at the pier out by the payphones talking about what to do that night and what to get for dinner. JR and my aunt were in their late 20s or early 30s, and as much as she loved me, I imagine there were times when I did get in the way. Well, anyway, we were at the pier and he was talking about how he has these painkillers. He offered me one. I declined, of course, and told him I had a high tolerance to pain anyway and didn't really need that stuff. He then, with a huge smile, asks me if he can see for himself, assuring me he won't really hurt me as he's just trying to have fun. He grabs my arm behind my back and twists until I hear a loud pop. I start to cry. He laughs and says, "Oh, sweetheart, I was only playing. You said you had a high tolerance. I guess I was stronger than I thought I was being. I'm sorry. No need to ruin the good time we're all having." I go into the private pier office, which my granddad managed, bursting into tears. My aunt came in and let me know that she thought it was fucked up too, and that she talked to him about it. She goes back outside and he asks her what she's up to that night. She tells him that she isn't sure if I'm staying over, because of what just happened. I was whining about going home. I was pissed she hadn't decked him right there for hurting me so much. He tells her she should meet him under, let's call it the Sunset Bridge at 2 a.m. on the other side of town. He says the stars are real beautiful there, and you can listen and hear all the fish and wildlife. He tells her he would love to see it with her, and they could dance there under the moon. We were all from a fishing family, and lived in a fishing town, so fish activities under the bridge at late times weren't necessarily something that threw up a red flag. Plus, if it's dark and late, there won't be other people there hogging up all the fish. She told him maybe, and we left together. I decided to spend the night after all, later sneaking in only if she would pick up my boyfriend Charlie, playing heavily on the guilt points. She calls him when she gets home, and says she can come, but she'll have me with her. He groans. "Fine, alright, I guess she can come. Maybe she'll get tired and just sleep in the car or something." About an hour after she called JR the first time, I ask her about Charlie and she agrees. She sits down with me and hugs me and touches my face lovingly, apologizing for what happened with my arm. My aunt was an amazing woman, and I love her very much. She then calls him again and tells him not to worry. Now she's picking up Charlie, so I'll have my own entertainment and they can have their alone time. He immediately goes into a flying rage, sputtering and cussing about how it's too complicated now. He just wanted an intimate meeting with her, not a damn family reunion. He went on and on about how he didn't want to have to babysit a 13-year-old and her 14-year-old boyfriend. He then hung up after calling her a crazy bitch. She bewilderingly hung up the phone and told me what happened. Instead of all that nonsense, we go about our night with pizza rolls and PlayStation, and things end up perfectly fine. He calls her a few more times, drives by the house for a couple of weeks, but my aunt was having none of it. After a while, he left our lives just as swiftly as he had come. The whole affair lasted only a month, if even that. 3 weeks maybe, and all in all, it wasn't the craziest experience she had with a man. JR was soon forgotten, and we went about our business. Flash forward 2 years later, I'm almost out of middle school. My aunt had moved to a city about 40 miles away. I still lived with my grandparents. They were still strict, but as they had gotten older, so had I. I knew a few ways around the rules. One day, my friend Frank and I missed the bus home from school and called our good school friend Darla to pick us up and take us home after riding a bit. She had this big, beautiful red truck, and I would ride around in the cab of it, loving the freedom and the wind. We were smoking cigarettes and laughing, listening to the radio. The time I would have spent on the bus before my stop was just enough time to hit up the Taco Bell drive-thru. We cruised down the road a bit before heading back to Frank and I's separate houses. He lived just down the road. We had a lot of fun that day. She dropped me off first. My grandparents came outside. They were heavily confused at the sight of an unknown vehicle, and even more so when they saw me get out of it. After letting her be the one to explain because she was older, cooler, and more responsible, they thanked her for being kind enough to take me home. They said how lucky I was that she just happened to be there to help me get there. The things we do to our parents, eh? That was the last time we ever saw my friend. She didn't show up for work for 5 days. I can't speak for everyone, but I assume she had just run away. Darla's parents were going through a nasty divorce at the time. The dad had a hot new girlfriend. The mother was very bitter about it, rightfully so, I guess. It was really embarrassing for all of the kids. Her truck wasn't left behind, so I figured she got tired of her parents acting like infants and just took off. I really missed her, but she was in a whole other league of freedom and coolness. 16 is a whole different life than 14, especially when you're in different schools. I wished her well, maybe even a little bit envious that she'd gotten out of this town and I was still there. I hadn't heard anything for 2 weeks about her, when at 9 o'clock at night my grandparents got a phone call to turn on the news. Darla's body was found in the woods. She had been strangled to death and just left out there. I don't even know for how long. I was devastated. I was so joyful that I had that last experience with her, but saddened and horrified to know what happened. She was so young, barely even older than myself. She was about to be 17 in just a short time. It was a very sad time for our town. The good and bad news is that they caught the guy who had done it very fast. He confessed after some very incriminating evidence, and during his questioning also confessed to killing his girlfriend, who had been missing for about 8 years. Also his father, staging his death to look like a suicide by hanging. When they showed his mugshot on the screen and said his name, I swear I almost passed out. There, clear as day on the screen staring back at me, was a picture of JR. I had no idea he and Darla even knew each other. I can't even imagine what would have happened if we had gone under the bridge that night with him. Investigation Discovery did a piece on it a couple of years back. I was shocked to see it on TV. The memories came rushing back, and I decided to write them all down. I have a newfound appreciation of life now that I'm old enough to understand just how close me and my aunt came to getting killed that night. My aunt lived on to make awesome new memories with me. I have a beautiful life with my husband and 3 boys that most likely wouldn't have happened if things had gone any differently that night. When I was 19, I casually dated this guy Casey that I'd met through a mutual friend. We hit it off the first time we met and hung out for hours. He was incredibly charming, and we also had quite a lot in common, but he definitely had an off vibe about him. The day after we hung out, my friend texted me, warning me not to get too involved with him because he was kind of a psycho. I ignored this warning, which is something I still regret to this day. To be fair though, my friend refused to elaborate on why, so I shrugged it off as probably nothing that extreme, or else he'd tell me for sure. Casey and I were by no means serious. He said he planned on seeing other girls and didn't even want to call me his girlfriend. I appreciated his straightforwardness, although obviously my feelings were very hurt by this. I told myself that maybe as we got closer he would eventually change his mind. As I spent more and more time with him, I began to see just what my friend was talking about though. He had some serious anger issues. He would do things like throw plates against the wall if something wasn't fully cooked in the microwave. He'd also casually talk about how on bad days he'd sometimes fantasize about going on a massive shooting spree if he could get away with it. I finally broke up with him after he told me in a rage that he wished he could shove a fire poker down the neighbor's dog's throat so it would never bark again. Altogether, our fling lasted less than 5 months. He kept trying to convince me though to date him again in the months that followed. Obviously, I kept telling him no. I eventually started dating my now husband instead. Casey made one last attempt to get me back by showing up at my apartment to tell me he was in love with me, and if he couldn't have me, then life was no longer worth living. He said if I didn't let him in and try to work everything out, he would shoot himself dead. Since he had a gun, I was terrified he would actually do it. I had no idea how to handle this situation being so young. So I let him inside with the intention of keeping him as calm as I could and texting one of his friends to come get him and help. I'm not going to go into a lot of detail about what happened next, but he kept trying to kiss me, and when I made it very clear we were not going to be intimate, instead he started beating the shit out of me. Then he left. He just left me bleeding and crying on the ground. I didn't tell my then boyfriend about it because I didn't want them to have an altercation and for him to get hurt too. I just made up excuses as to why I couldn't see him for weeks until all of my marks had finally healed up. I told my coworkers I had been in a bike crash. I could tell no one really believed that though. Casey texted me later apologizing. He said he loved me so much that he'd snapped because he needed me so bad. He tried to frame this violence as some kind of fucked up romantic gesture. I told him to never come near me again and threatened to call the cops as well. I was scared shitless for over a year that he would come attack me or kill me. But after that, I didn't hear from him again. Fast forward to 6 years later. At this point, my husband and I were completely married and we'd just gotten our first kid. She was 5 and we were fostering her with the intention of adoption. We lived in a new state several hours away. Well, Casey somehow found out I now had a daughter. He messaged me on Facebook, saying he knows I have a daughter, and she must be his. I tried to explain that she was not my biological child, but he insisted I was lying, and that she looked exactly like him. She looked nothing like him at all. He's white and blonde with blue eyes, and she was Hispanic for Christ's sake. I told him he was crazy, blocked him, and deleted all photos of her from my Facebook. I still have no clue how he even saw them in the first place, since my account is completely private. I even triple-checked my settings just to make sure. Another few weeks go by without contact, and I felt very confident that was the last I'd ever hear from him. But I was very wrong. He showed up at my house, begging to talk. He looked like absolute shit and had clearly developed a serious drug habit over the years far beyond just weed. He was so pale. He had these dark rings around his eyes and was all shaky. He looked like he'd lost at least 20 pounds. My husband was not there at the time, so I was pretty terrified. He asked me, "Can I please just meet her?" Once again, I emphasized she was not my biological child and told him he really needed to stay away from my family or I would call the police. He started this whole unhinged tangent about how we belonged together, and it wasn't fair for me to keep punishing him for not realizing that sooner. He went on and on about how after he found out about her, God told him while he was on meth that he needed to quit everything and get clean so he could be with me and raise his daughter. I closed the door in his face and screamed at him to leave or I would call the cops. He shouted back that I couldn't keep him away from his child forever. I did call the police and they just filed a report, but they told me there was nothing they could do unless he actually threatened or harmed one of us. About 3 months later, my daughter doesn't come home on the bus that day. I called the school. They say she was picked up by her dad. As you can imagine, the next few hours were complete and total hell on earth. My husband came home from work early, and we had to wait at the house with a cop and a detective in case he took her home, while other cops searched for them. The detective told me, from everything I'd told him, he didn't think he was at risk of harming her or fleeing with her. Luckily, he ended up being right. They were found at McDonald's and he was arrested, while my daughter was taken to the hospital. Thankfully, she wasn't harmed physically at all. He was apparently really nice to her, although it was incredibly awkward to have to explain to a 5-year-old why this strange man was suddenly telling her he's her dad. Prosecution was insanely lenient on him due to his mental health issues and drug problem, coupled with the fact he hadn't actually hurt her. They ended up dropping all the serious charges like kidnapping a minor and sentenced him instead to stay in a state hospital until he was deemed healthy enough to be let out. This ended up being only about 4 months in total. They granted us a restraining order that lasted 2 years, which I was incredibly disappointed about, as I wanted a lifelong one. We were assured, though, that if he ever contacted any of us again, we would no doubt be able to get another one. It's 4 years later, and we've not heard from him since. Thankfully, my daughter wasn't traumatized or anything. She just sees it as a very strange experience she had as a child. I still have intense anxiety, though, every time the doorbell rings. My husband bought a shotgun immediately after this went down. I've heard through the grapevine that Casey has been mostly clean, besides now being an alcoholic. It's an upgrade from meth addict, at least, I guess. He also seems to be just a tiny bit less batshit insane. That's nice, but I really hope I never have to see that man again for the rest of my life. Last year, my fiancé and my mom passed away, one right after the other. After they died, I obviously fell into quite a deep depression. Though I thought I was pulling off the whole I'm fine thing at the time, my friends could very clearly see through it. A close friend of mine almost demanded I move in with her and get out of that apartment I shared with my fiancé for 10 years. She wanted me to have a fresh start, and while I didn't think I was ready to move on, the idea of not living alone anymore was very appealing. Plus, her apartment was in a much nicer neighborhood than the one I was currently living in, so I agreed. Living with her has been absolutely fantastic. Our schedules are opposite, me on days, her on nights, so we both get alone time, but we also have at least 1 day a week off together so we can hang out and have fun. Moving has also allowed me to be able to walk to work, as it's very close by. I thought that would be a godsend, until my 10-minute walk caused a 2-month-long nightmare. I decided to sit in the park that's between my apartment and my job one evening after work. As I was just sitting there, minding my own business, a man approached me. I saw his face first. He was almost very handsome, if not for a little bit rough-looking. Even though I live in an urban area with a high homeless population, it didn't occur to me that this man was anything but a mildly handsome 40-something guy. I smiled and looked back down at my phone, expecting him to walk right on by me, but no. He walked up to me and asked what time it was. When I looked up to tell him, I noticed all the stuff he was carrying with him. It was all so random. A kid's chalkboard with nonsense scrawled all over it, a paper bag full of old magazines and paperwork, and a steel shelf that at one point might have held some CDs. I then noticed he wasn't wearing any shoes, and his hands were very filthy as well. Needless to say, it finally dawned on me that this was apparently not going to be a normal encounter. He started talking to me non-stop. Some of it was nonsense, but some of it was coherent enough to hear, and all of it was fucking insane. Of the parts I could follow, he told me he had just been released from prison and was looking for a tattoo shop because he wanted to get fuck the DOC, Department of Corrections, and 34, the number of DOC violations he had while in prison, tattooed onto him, and he wanted the DOC to pay for it. He then noticed a button I had on my bag that had the logo for a local gay bar on it. He told me he had gone there one night and went home with a guy. Then he looked me up and down and said, "But young ladies are my problem." I gathered up my stuff and left immediately. Now, I loved this apartment, but it has its drawbacks, which became glaringly obvious after this encounter. The apartment is on the first floor. I love it because you can walk out the sliding glass doors, one in the living room and one in my bedroom, right onto an awesome gated patio that had tables and grills for barbecuing, so it was really awesome for summer parties. I now hate it because it's right next to the street, and the fencing is very easy to scale. One very early morning, around 5 a.m., I hear a man suddenly scream, "Hey, what the fuck are you doing?" So loud and so close, it woke me up from a dead sleep. I legitimately thought it was coming from inside my bedroom. As it turned out, it was coming from outside. A neighbor of mine had just been leaving for work when he discovered a man, that same man from the park, sleeping against my sliding glass door. The dude got scared off, my neighbor checked on me, and once I calmed down, I chalked it up to a coincidence. 2 weeks later, though, I was sleeping once again. At some point in the night, this man walked up onto the patio and began tapping on my sliding glass door. I honestly just laid there, frozen in fear, until he escalated to full-blown smashing against the glass. I turned the light on to grab my phone, and he took off once he realized I'd seen him. I called the police, and they came over to take the report and to look at footage from the cameras in the building. The footage confirmed it was the man from the park, and more disturbingly, the footage from the hallway cameras showed that on more than one occasion, he had slipped into the building behind a resident and sat in the lobby for several hours, at one point going down the hallway and trying my doorknob and my neighbors just to see if they were locked. He even went so far as to hide in the little mailbox room when he saw my roommate coming in from work. The police think he either followed me from the park or just happened to notice me at one point when I was on the patio. It's been a few weeks now and I haven't seen him since, and nobody has reported seeing him in or around my building. My roommate bought me some pepper spray, and my kinda kooky, albeit well-meaning neighbor, who has made it very clear he's retired military and is a bit of a gun nut, now checks on me nightly. Because of this, I'm not as freaked out as I could be, but still, I'd like to never meet that crazy guy from the park ever again. It was Christmas time. My wife and I were staying in her childhood home, where her mother now lived all alone. Well, not if you include the cats. Meow. The house was on a quiet cul-de-sac in the suburbs. If you're picturing freshly mowed lawns, American flags, and empty sidewalks, well, you're picturing it perfectly right. It was a single-story home with an attached garage out front. The garage has 2 doorways, apart from the electric garage door, of course. One leads to the garden and backyard. This had an old doggy door from their days with dear old Max. Rip Max, by the way. That they covered with a piece of nailed-in wood. That had always made me slightly uncomfortable before, but I figured it had been that way for years, so what was the worst that could happen? The second door led to the kitchen. Hollow core, it could stop about a mouse, but not much above that. Definitely not something that wanted in. Or someone. We were asleep in my wife's childhood bedroom at the front of the house. 3 a.m. I was in that deep sleep, the darkest recesses. You know, you're in the diving bell and you're submerged hundreds of meters below the surface in black water, protected from the real world by miles of nothingness. But then I heard it. A desperate scream. "What are you doing?" It was my mother-in-law's voice echoing down the hallway. To me, who was lost in a sea of sleep, it was like a jet engine roaring right past me. I bolted up immediately. What happened next happened in only a matter of seconds. About that scream, even though I was dead asleep, I heard enough sense of urgency behind it to wake me up immediately. This wasn't an "oh, you scared me" type of scream. This was different, primal, and I knew it. Maybe I wasn't aware immediately because of my grogginess, but that lizard brain we've retained from our primitive ancestors knew that something was deeply wrong. I watch and read a fair amount of true crime, and this scream awakened that horrible fear, the one that says, "This can't really be happening to me, can it?" Honestly, in that second of the night, it sounded like she was about to be murdered. Have you ever wondered if you're a fight-or-flight type of individual? I always have, and I came to know something about myself after this night. Turns out I'm a fighter. I leapt out of bed and growled in the manliest voice I could muster, "I'm gonna kill you, motherfucker!" and took off running. I tore open the bedroom door and ran down the hallway. There at the end, I saw my mother-in-law, nightgown on with a look of utter shock and horror on her face. We make eye contact as I continue toward her. She turns her head and looks directly into the kitchen. I hurry past her and round the corner. The hollow core door is completely obliterated, shards everywhere. I look through the open frame and see the electric garage door is open. I push ahead. As I run into the garage, I finally hear it. The sound of someone hopping into a running car just out of view. Just as I make it onto the driveway, I can see a car peeling out from the sidewalk adjacent to the house, but my adrenaline was still full-on pumping. And who am I to say no to adrenaline? So, like an idiot, I ran barefoot after that car. I gave it a good go as well, but I'm no Michael Johnson, and even he couldn't catch up to a speeding car. It soon vanished down the street and I was left all alone. The police showed up within 3 minutes. I have to say that makes me feel a lot more at ease with my mother-in-law living there all alone. They took all our statements, and it turned out like this. My mother-in-law said she'd heard a noise, the hollow core door being bashed in. She walked into the kitchen and encountered the burglar, a small-framed woman. The police think she was working as part of a team. Her job was to squeeze through the doggy door, kick in the hollow core door, and open the electric garage door for her accomplice. According to the police, the burglars most likely thought nobody was home. Fortunately, my mother-in-law must have caught her off guard and scared her, in addition to my manly growl, of course. It feels good to know, though, that everyone turned out safe, and to learn that I guess I do have a little bit of fight in me after all. For the record, after this, we got the heaviest goddamn wooden door you could ever see to replace that hollow core. I'd like to see a mouse try and get through that. At first, I wasn't going to share this story, but now I'm a bit more over the situation. Before we start, judge me all you want, but I know I can be stupid. It's only because I don't like to force myself to live on the edge because of the sick people in this world. I like to live my life as freely and fearlessly as I possibly can. At the time of this story, I was 23 years old. I'm only 5'2" and about 170 pounds. I'm strong enough to help move furniture, but not strong enough to defend myself the way I would like. You would think, as someone who survived an attempted sexual assault, I would have learned some self-defense, but I'd lost a lot of motivation and self-worth since then. The abusive relationship really made it worse, but that's beside the point. So, to start, I won't get into major details, but I had just moved to Jackson, Tennessee from Miami, Florida, because I'd just gotten out of an extremely physically, emotionally, and mentally abusive relationship that lasted about 3 years. Sometime in June just about, my current boyfriend and I had been doing a trip pretty much every weekend together. We would visit a new hiking and waterfall area. Although there wasn't much of a nightlife, Tennessee was amazingly beautiful. We went to this place called the Narrows of the Harpeth, which was one of the most underwhelming places we've been, but still, it was very relaxing. After we found a cool place to sit and swim after hiking for 2 hours, a few shots and one blunt later, it was time to make the hour-long trip back to Jackson. I put my shoes on and slipped my dress back on, which is a little bit above knee length, like if I bend over too far forward, my bum might be on display. I own my body though and sexuality, so showing some skin never really bothered me. I didn't really think too much about it, because I expected people to respect me as I respect them, and the way they dress as well. On the way back to the car, being the tipsy dumbass I am, I managed to trip and fall and scrape my leg open pretty badly. It's actually still scarred even to this day. Anyways, I told my boyfriend we need to go to Walmart once back in Jackson so I could thoroughly clean up my wound with hydrogen peroxide and neosporin. My boyfriend says okay. An hour later, we arrive at the Walmart. Mind you, it's only about 9 p.m., just about going on 10. Not late by any means. We get what I need, but because I'm still tipsy and pretty high from the blunt as well, I get distracted so easily. I remembered at that exact moment that my boyfriend got me the wrong size case for my iPhone 11. He got the Max instead of just the Pro. I wanted an idea of what I could trade it for, and he wanted to look at some of the games as well as a gaming PC for me. In my own happy tipsy way, I was excited to find a new case, which, if you have ever been to Walmart, the cases are never in order, and often cause you to bend down to look at things. There was a man looking at the cases beside me. I turned over to him. Excuse me, sorry, can I look at those cases you're standing in front of? He looked at me with his blank, dirty look and nodded and stepped over. As I was happily sorting through the shelf, about 5 minutes in, this lady and what I assume are her 2 children approached me. Mind you, we were in the middle of a pandemic, and I was thrown off by how close she was to me, especially with her baby that looked no older than 9 months. I stepped back when she grabbed my arm and said, "OMG, wow, I haven't seen you in forever. Look at that hair." Her grip tightens. At this point, my heart is racing and my face gets so hot I was visibly scared. That's when my boyfriend walks over. "Is everything okay, babe?" He looks at me equally concerned. I was thinking to myself, does this lady know my mom or something? Who is she? Is she an old family friend I can't remember? Mind you, I'm originally from Ohio. We do have some family here, but I don't know any of them that live in Tennessee. Also, my mom loves to brag about her kids. I'm trying to shake this weird feeling off, but her daughter keeps looking behind me. I go to turn around when she says, "No, don't turn around. Walk with me. Please, just trust me." I don't know why, but I felt she was being genuine, so I just followed her. We step over to the side by the baby clothes, which is still in front of the electronics. "Babe, I'm so sorry to scare you, but there are 3 men surrounding you. They went by the laptops and talked, and I noticed the guy taking photos and videos of you while you were bent over looking at the cases. The other man was the tall guy next to you. I don't know where the 3rd guy went." All I could remember is this high-pitched ringing in my ears. My stomach flipped and I felt like I was going to be sick. I never knew what people meant when they say everything slowed down, but in that moment everything moved in slow motion. I was so freaked out, to the point I have no clue what she even said after that. It was like I blacked out for a moment. I quickly came to the realization that this family and my boyfriend were looking at me visibly concerned. I turned around. There he was. A Hispanic man shorter than me, about 5'1", but very much built and looked to be about 40. The other man was white, about maybe mid-40s, and was 5'11". I'll never forget the dead rage that was in the Hispanic man's eyes. It was like his first meal in 5 days had just been stolen from under him, and he was ready to kill in order to have it back. That's when I saw the white man walk over to him. They both said something to each other, looked at me, looked back at each other, said something else, and started to walk slowly towards us. At that point, we all turned and headed for the registers, and that's when I thanked my lucky stars, because there were 3 cops right at the front of the store. By that time, I rudely pushed past people to get to the self-checkout with tears in my eyes, frantically repeating "excuse me" to anyone who I got in front of. I looked back and saw the men just standing there, but with the 3rd guy as well this time. My heart sank and I wanted to pass out in that moment. I guess it looked like I was going up to the cops because they hightailed it immediately once they saw me get close to them. Me being high as shit and being a black woman, I wasn't going to chance the cops turning this around on me simply because I was stoned and tipsy. My only thought was, get to the car, get to the gun, don't stop. My boyfriend said he could barely keep up with me, and at one point I grabbed his hand so tight he had to force the grip off because it felt like I was going to crush his hands. Now, before anyone bashes my boyfriend, I don't expect a man to be my savior. And also, he isn't the angry, confrontational type. He's very calm and level-headed and wouldn't even hurt a fly unless I asked him to get rid of it. I just knew I was the target, and if I asked him to confront them, I would be putting him at risk too. They could easily jump him together, and one of them could overpower me after taking him out. I probably looked half crazed walking and running past everyone, but I didn't really care. I wasn't going to become another missing person. I made it safely to the car and peeled out of there. I had never seen my boyfriend drive so fast in my life, as he was beyond careful and would never even speed. We sat at Sonic for about an hour to make sure we were not followed. We recounted everything that happened. I just couldn't believe we were both too tipsy to notice I had become prey in somewhere as simple as Walmart. I'd never felt so stupid and irresponsible in my life. I never want to experience that fear and panic again. I didn't even get the chance to thank the lady who pretty much saved us. Sometimes we talk about it. What if the lady didn't see what those guys were doing? Maybe we catch on. There were 3 of them, though. We only saw 2 at first. I think of the horrors that could have transpired. That night, I had a nightmare that the men attacked us in the parking lot. The creepiest part of the dream was the 3rd man shoving me into the trunk. As I went to look at his face, all I could see was a featureless form. I woke up in tears that night, realizing I had never gotten a good look at the 3rd guy's face. It took me nearly a month to be able to enter Walmart again. Since then, I've moved states, and I've only been to Walmart once since moving here. Okay, so a bit of context first. My cat likes to go outside every day. In the morning, he follows us to the door, takes the elevator down with us, and then goes about his day outside until we bring him back home again in the evening. My cat is not the most punctual of guys, so it's pretty common for him to stay much later in the neighborhood, sometimes well into the night or for several days even. Or he gets bored and doesn't play for more than 2 hours and wants to go back inside immediately. The problem is that we're not home, so he just has to wait there. My family and I live in an apartment on the 1st floor, so my cat's solution is to sit under one of our balconies and meow at the top of his lungs to get our attention. When we're home, it works perfectly fine, but obviously when we're not, it's a lot less effective. Our solution was to gently ask our neighbors that have the key to our apartment to bring him up, so we didn't have to wait outside all day. Those that don't have the key sometimes let him inside the building, so he's not just literally outside though. For example, when it's raining. Our apartment is a bit special, because it's bigger than the others, so to get inside there are 2 ways you can get in. One is to take the stairs to the left in the main hall and open the door that has 2 locks. 2 is to use the elevator with the special key that goes directly to our apartment. The door on that only has 1 lock. The cat was used to the second option, and me too honestly because we're both very lazy. But when the neighbors that don't have the key let him inside the building, he goes up the stairs and waits. Since I usually use the elevator from parking 2 floors below, that means I don't see him waiting in the hall and he meows outside the door to get me to open up for him, or my dad or mom. All around we have our habits with my parents and neighbors, and it works fairly well. Now that you know how everything goes with my little guy, here's what happened just a little while ago. My parents like the outdoors very much, so I'm usually left alone on the weekends. Generally, this means taking care of the chores and inviting my friends over so we can have the apartment to ourselves, which is a pretty nice experience. This time, I was alone. It was late, 11 p.m.-ish, and I was just chilling in the living room before hearing some meowing over the sound of the TV. Someone had let my cat into the building apparently, and he was waiting outside the door. I took my keys and began to open the first lock. Now, I don't know about other pet owners, but I know my cat's meows by heart. It's a rising kind of meow that's very high-pitched and very cute, and also has a specific rhythm. I've been hearing it nearly every day for 5 years, so I have to know it well. I stopped. The noise wasn't what it usually was. It was too deep and seemed off. This isn't my cat outside my door. He's the only cat around that knows he has to wait by the door and scream to be let inside. By that point, I stopped halfway through opening the door and waited to hear him again. I began to notice scratching. My cat never scratched that door. At this point, I was super weirded out by the situation, but the meowing was getting super loud and I didn't want the neighbors to be woken up. I started to continue with my key, but suddenly I heard another noise that freaked me the fuck out. A cough. For the record, I'm not a very cautious person, and in my whole 21 years of living in this apartment, I must have looked into that peephole a total of maybe 5 times altogether. A small part of my brain, though, told me to do it that night, and thank God it did. I let go of my keys and put my eye up against the door when I saw it. A man I'd never seen before standing right there, meowing in front of my door. To say I was terrified is really an understatement, but my heart nearly stopped. I just stood there petrified for what felt like an hour. I don't really know how long it took for me to move again, but eventually my body just took over, I guess. I did what you'd expect. I ran for my phone, stood in the corner of the living room cowering, and called the police. By the time they arrived, the man in front of the door was long gone. I can't even remember when he'd stopped meowing. They took my testimony before telling me to be cautious, and then they just left. To this day, I still don't know what that meowing guy wanted, and I'm not sure I want to anyway. I also have no idea how he even got inside the building in the first place, since you need a key to access it, and how he knew I would open the door if he imitated my cat right in front of it. Needless to say, I'll be careful from now on. And my cat did eventually come back since then. He's sleeping in my bed as I'm writing this. This happened about 40 years ago, back when I was a lot younger and more desperate for money. It was a Friday. My girlfriend and I wanted to go to the local casino with one of our friends, just to have some drinks and lose a bit of cash on the slots. It was a much cheaper alternative to going out and drinking all night, since you could just spend $10 and drink for free at the casino the entire night, as long as you kept on playing the slots. We got there at around 6 p.m. My girlfriend and her friend dressed in their best, and me just kind of slapped together into something a bit better than just woke up. I was the only male in the group, and while I was quite slender at the time, I also had a full beard and a shaven head, so it would have been very difficult to mistake me as a female. We played the slots until about midnight, taking full advantage of those free drinks. I was the designated driver, however, so I just drank Coke the entire night while my girlfriend and her friend got absolutely blasted. Once the last of the money we brought with us ran out, we decided to call it quits and head home. The parking lot is on the furthest side of the casino, and we were parked on the 3rd floor. The casino's parking lot was 4 stories high, and you could either take the stairs on the left or up an elevator on the right. On each floor, there was a massive sliding door that led to the parking lot once you got up there. As we made our way towards the stairwell, though, some chubby guy in a trench coat stumbled up to me, clearly very drunk, and wrapped his arm around my shoulder. I'm quite a friendly person, so I just kind of stood there and waited to see what this man wanted before shrugging him off. He had greasy, curly black hair, and I remember his breath smelled deeply of cigarettes. My girlfriend and her friend just hung back, silently laughing at me since this kind of thing happened very often to me. For some reason, it seemed drunk people just really like me. He leaned in closer and told me he'd just won real big and couldn't remember where he parked his car. He pulled out a big wad of cash from his pocket and told me that if I could help him find his car, he'd give me $1,000. I was absolutely floored, since that was the most cash I had ever seen in my life. Of course, I agreed to it immediately. We walked towards the parking lot together, his arms still around my shoulder and his weight leaned into me. My plan was to search the first floor with his car keys and go up to the next level if we didn't find it. He had his arm around me the whole time as we made our way to the entrance of the lot. My girlfriend and her friend going towards the stairs as the guy and I walked towards the entrance to level 1. The whole time he was just talking really loud to me, his words slurring as he stumbled all around the place. The moment my girlfriend and her friend ducked out of sight, though, he immediately tightened his grip around my neck and looked me dead in the eyes. $1,000 for finding my car, and anal. He tightened his grip even further and tried to twist my arm. I was stunned for a moment as he started dragging me toward the elevator, his hands still trying to grasp for my arm. Luckily, I used to do a bit of MMA for a few years when I was younger, so I knew at least how to get out of a grapple. Those long hours of training kicked right in. I slipped my head out from his arm and pulled myself free before he could tighten his grip further. He frantically tried to grab me again, his fingernails raking across the skin of my arm. As I pulled back from him and took a few steps away, immediately he stood straight upright and hurriedly walked through the door to level 1, his drunken stumble completely gone as he ducked out of sight. I ran back to my friends in the stairwell. They saw the entire thing and were laughing their heads off, thinking about how funny the whole situation was. When they saw how deep the scratches he left on my arm were when I broke free, though, they realized just how serious the situation had been. It's scary to think they would have just stood there and watched me get taken away, thinking it was just some drunk guy messing with me. But the guy had only pretended to be drunk. So, to the guy who pretended to be drunk and tried to drag me into an elevator, let's not meet again. This incident occurred over the past year, and I was so rattled by it that I hadn't gotten a chance to process it until very recently. I decided to write the entirety of what happened down. I don't even use Reddit really, but I knew of this subreddit and am hoping that in the rare chance that somebody out there knows the man in this story, maybe they can get him some help. I also want to share it though so that if he has any more victims, maybe they'll consider sharing their experience as well. It's a bizarre but admittedly entertaining story. So for all those reasons, I share it with you now. As an 18-year-old male, I never in my life thought I'd ever have any association with a stalker. I mean, in the media, stalker stories are always portrayed as some creepy bottom feeder becoming obsessed with a sweet but clueless girl and slowly invading every aspect of her privacy. My encounter with a stalker was far different, however, and occurred during the first time I was ever on my own. The incident was pretty lengthy, and as a result, this recounting will be as well. I'm originally from the East Coast, but I'm currently a freshman attending college in Los Angeles. Due to COVID, the dorms were closed and classes virtual, but I ended up coming to LA anyway, getting an apartment close by the campus. I was really excited to move across the country and live on my own in a new city, get a taste of adulthood for a full year. I wasn't completely alone though. I had friends from the past who also ended up in LA as well. My friend Tommy particularly was a very close friend that I had made at camp a few years ago, who attended another college in LA. My other friend Felix was incidentally also from the same camp. Back in the day, the three of us had been very close. Felix had decided to take the year off and make music with his friends in LA. My apartment building was only about 8 buildings down from his. However, with my packed weeks and free weekends, our schedules were nearly the opposite. His weekends were busy with work, and he had relative freedom during the week. As a result, I ended up growing particularly close to Tommy. We would alternate who went where due to the 20-mile Uber ride between us. Keep this in mind. Oftentimes, Tommy and I would hang out with Felix and his other friends whenever Tommy came to my area of the city. With all of that background, you should have a good idea of the context of the story. My apartment was about a 5-minute walk from a downtown area with all the highlights: restaurants, groceries, coffee shops, boutiques. When I first moved in the fall, I took full advantage of the pleasant nights in contrast to my home's often harsh climate by taking long walks at night through the well-lit and populated streets. I wanted to explore and get familiar with my neighborhood. LA is a beautiful city with a very dynamic culture and unbeatable weather, but it does have the constant and often harsh reminder of homelessness, many of whom have mental illnesses and have otherwise been discarded by society. I had grown to despise the indifference shown toward them by people on the street, who avoided their eyes at all costs as if their life depended on it. In particular, during my first week, I was crossing a major boulevard when I noticed a man who appeared to be homeless in a wheelchair, with one of his wheels caught deep in a pothole. He wasn't making any noise, but he was flailing around very frantically. I was far behind him and could not believe that people were just walking right past him, looking down at their phones even as they passed by. I wasn't even going to make it to the other side in accordance with crossing time myself, but I expected surely someone around me would help him. Still, people passed by without ever acknowledging him. I was so frustrated, I ended up yelling at the people ahead of me in the crosswalk and got a middle finger back for my troubles. I asked the man if he needed some help. He didn't talk, but he nodded very enthusiastically. He was crumpled into what seemed like a wrinkled but finely made tuxedo jacket. I could only see his frizzy, blackish gray hair thrashing in the clothes. I got his wheel out of the pothole and quickly wheeled him across the street. As I got him onto the sidewalk, he abruptly turned to me, exposing his face to me only inches away. I pulled away, both because he was too close to me in the middle of a pandemic, and because of his startling face as well. He was tan, a deep, worn tan with deep sun wrinkles, like you'd imagine on old people at a Florida beach, forming what almost looked like a mask. His eyes were sunken deeply into his head, completely dead. I mean, completely vacant. It didn't even look like he was looking at me, but through me to somewhere else far away. "Get the fuck away!" He growled in a voice that was so raspy it didn't even sound human. I scoffed at the man and continued walking, assuming that would be the last I would ever see of him, especially in a city of 4 million people. This considering I passed hundreds of strangers a day that I would never ever see again. I continued on with my life for some time, nearly forgetting about him entirely, but unfortunately that did not last long. To walk to the grocery store, I have to pass through an area with a great amount of foot traffic. In this area one afternoon, I spotted a man far in front of me that was soon to pass me by walking oddly. It wasn't exactly a limp, it was almost like he was drunk. It wasn't until I got closer that I recognized his blank eyes and frizzy hair. This time though, there was no wheelchair in sight. There was something about the man that raised major red flags with me. Maybe it was the vacancy of his eyes, or some judgmental gut instinct that told me to get far away. I tried to reserve as much judgment as I could, because I figured he likely had some sort of mental illness. I was hoping to pass him quickly without acknowledgement, but when I got up beside him, he stopped walking, causing me to momentarily pause in surprise. It sent a shiver down my spine. but I smiled politely at him and quickly kept walking. After that incident, I began to see him many more times, and every time he'd turn in my direction. I learned to ignore it though and barely register it. He went away for a while, and I foolishly thought that would be the end of our encounters. Months after I'd stopped seeing him around, Tommy was supposed to come over to my apartment. We were supposed to pick up alcohol for all of us before going over to Felix and his friend's apartment to hang out. As we were about to enter the liquor store, I could see the tall man with the tuxedo jacket standing at the intersection several feet past the store. I was somewhat disappointed he had come back, but it wasn't like it was the end of the world, especially because Tommy and I had long since learned to ignore him. I didn't even bother to explain the situation to Tommy though. Anyway, we just checked out and left the store, taking a left to a nearby intersection away from the one I had originally spotted him at. And guess who was standing right there at the crosswalk? My heart sunk, knowing it would be only the three of us waiting for the crossing sign to change. Tommy was talking to me, completely oblivious to the situation, but I could see the man beside him slowly turn towards us. Tommy saw my face change immediately and turned toward the man. Tommy quickly turned back toward me, giving me a look upon seeing the man's face. The sign finally changed and we walked quickly across the street. Tommy continued talking to me, but at this point I was very rattled. Up until that point, I had never had such prolonged direct contact with the man. "Hey man, are you good?" Tommy asked. I explained to him that I had been seeing this man everywhere all across my area of the city, and every time I'd see him he'd give me that death glare. Tommy didn't really take me seriously though, and clowned on me for being so worried. We got to Felix's house, and Tommy soon forgot about the incident while we were hanging out. But I did not. We all got fairly drunk, but I just couldn't shake this nagging sense of dread. Eventually, around 2 a.m., Tommy had taken an Uber back to his apartment, and many of the guys were now going to bed. Honestly, I was still quite buzzed and irrationally afraid to walk that late at night, unlike the dozens of other nights I'd done exactly the same thing. I was comforted by reminding myself I had only seen him in the commercial area, not the residential blocks around where we were. There were 2 cross streets between our buildings, and the walk usually took about 2 minutes. That night, I was particularly paranoid and hurried. The streets were nearly empty, being that deep into the night and all. I passed one of the crossroads, but as I got closer to the next one, I saw a figure sitting on the curb of the intersection, diagonal from the one I was about to reach. My heart started pounding immediately, but I reassured myself it could just be a drunk college student. As I got closer, though, I could see the white streaks in the man's hair. You know those moments when you see something so shocking, you momentarily tunnel vision? It was exactly that, combined with my drunkenness. I almost fell over once I realized who it was. I turned around and wondered if I should just run back to Felix's apartment. In that moment, the man rose his head from his lap, glaring at me with his empty eyes. That moment is one of the only moments in my life that I've genuinely felt in danger. I got to the intersection hesitantly, pausing at the sidewalk opening to the intersection. I expected him to stand up, but he did not. He stayed sitting on the curb, waiting for my decision. I looked down the cross street and wondered if I should walk around the block so he wouldn't know where I lived, but part of me wanted to sprint to my building just 200 feet ahead of me. My apartment building was large enough that he would never know my apartment, but still, the thought of him even knowing my address was unsettling. I was running through the choices in my head when I thankfully heard 2 guys approach the intersection from the opposite side of the crossroads, right in the path of the man on the curb. They were both deeply drunk, but right once they saw him, they looked at him, both looked at each other, and then looked at me and froze. "Hey, there you guys are!" I yelled at them, beckoning them down the crossroad. They picked it up almost immediately, and then yelled hey back, passing him by. As we walked down from the intersection, one of them asked if I was okay. I explained to them what was going on, knowing they probably wouldn't even remember in the morning. We reached the street parallel to mine. They reached their building and said goodbye to me, and I was alone again. It had to have been 3 a.m. by that point. I was exhausted. I decided to sprint home to my building from the other direction than where he was, so I could quickly slip into the building without seeing whether he was still there. When I got to the door, I couldn't help myself and looked at the intersection as I unlocked the door. He was gone. I quickly opened the door and closed it behind me. I pressed the elevator call button, anxiously watching outside the door through the glass wall. I still didn't feel safe until I got back into the elevator, after which I let out the biggest sigh of relief. I never told my parents this story. They were already so nervous about me living on my own so far away that they would lose their minds and likely would have made me come home if I had told them. After that fiasco, I stayed in my apartment for a few days, working from there instead of going out into public. A few days in, I realized I was being ridiculous though, and left to get a coffee in town. Luckily, he wasn't there this time. For weeks, I continued to walk through the commercial area without any sight of the man. Weeks turned into months, which turned to academic terms. I had gone home during the winter for winter break, and when I came back, I still had yet to see him again. After enough time had passed, I assumed he was just gone. Maybe he was just trying to scare me, and he was satisfied after doing so that night, so he'd moved on to another victim. Once again, I made the stupid, naive assumption I would never see him again. By that time, it was late into the spring term, and people had started to go back to their homes all over the country. A couple of weeks before I left LA, Tommy and I were hanging out one last time the night before he was flying home. I had grown to appreciate Tommy's apartment. It was one of the only places I felt entirely safe due to being so far from my neighborhood of the city. I had previously told Tommy about the events that occurred that particular night. He finally believed me after that. The night of the final incident, I was over at his apartment, and the night was as normal as could be. Late into the night, Tommy and I decided to take a walk to a 24-hour donut shop just a couple blocks north of his building. We got to the shop pretty quickly and ordered our donuts. We were the only ones in that shop, except for the 2 other employees, so we were served almost immediately. As we left the shop, Tommy turned around, only now it was his face who dropped. Tommy was the kind of person that when he has a look of dread, you are far up Schitt's Creek without a paddle. I turned around slowly in response and felt like I was going to faint. Standing under the dim light of the donut shop was that man, in the same dirty flip-flops, wife-beater, torn pants pulled up to his chest, and tuxedo jacket I had come to associate with him. He stood there, staring at us. No, not us. Me, specifically. This time, though, his eyes weren't empty. They were focused on mine like a laser, and I could see fury behind them. Tommy and I were silent for a second, both of us frozen. I looked over at Tommy and mouthed to run. In that second, the 2 of us sprinted back to his apartment at our fastest possible speed. Tommy never looked back, but when he was flashing his card to get past the locked door, I could see the man's uneven gait trundling down the sidewalk towards us. The door unlocked and we ran into the lobby, slamming the automatically locking door behind us. We sprinted up the stairs to his floor, where we caught our breath in the hallway. Tommy had a look of disbelief in his eyes, and I was shaking with adrenaline. To this day, I have no clue how the man could have gotten 20 miles and knew exactly where we were. It must have required such deep surveillance. I felt like I was going to puke just thinking about it. Tommy was completely rattled and gladly left Los Angeles behind the following day. I was there for another week or so, but I was so busy with finals and packing that I didn't leave my apartment. I don't think I'll ever know what that man wanted from me, or why he harassed me for months. By no means is this supposed to deter people from helping the less fortunate, but in rare instances, good deeds can unknowingly come at dark costs. I'd like to be noble and say I don't regret helping him, but unfortunately I do. When I come back to Los Angeles in the fall, I'll be in the dorms, as will Tommy. Somehow, that man was able to follow me 20 miles, so what's to say he won't also find me in the dorms, only a few hundred feet away from my old apartment? I can't call the police. What would I say? The man hadn't technically done anything wrong, And furthermore, LA was filled with vagrants, far out of the light of the police. I won't tell my parents either, because they'll kill me knowing I kept it from them the whole year. I can only wonder what will happen this fall, and I guess only time will tell. This encounter happened 13 years ago. At the time, I was 14 years old. My then best friend lived just down the street from me. My cousin was dating her older brother, so I basically spent every day at her place. She lived on the 5th floor of a block of flats. It had 18 floors, so more often than not, I'd just get the elevator. On this particular day, I was waiting on the elevator and it was taking a long while. Not unusual, I guess. As I said, this building had 18 floors, so sometimes you had to wait for a bit if other people were using it. While I was waiting, though, a man entered the building and stood beside me waiting on the elevator also. Not so odd, but something about this guy had me very unnerved. The strangest part is, I can't even say what about him made me uneasy. Looking back, he just seemed like a completely normal guy. He looked to be in his late 30s or early 40s, with short dark hair, a medium height and build, a short beard, and dressed well enough. Something about him, though, was just off. I could feel his eyes on me as I continued to wait for the elevator. I'm a girl, and I've always been very small and looked younger than I was. Back then, I was lucky if I could barely make it to 5 feet. And I looked about 11 or 12. I've had stranger danger and how dangerous people can be drilled into my head since I was little, and while it seems silly to be this terrified of a random man, just waiting on an elevator same as me, I decided it best to listen to my instincts. Turned out that was the best decision I've ever made. I casually walked to the stairwell, which is around the corner from the elevator. I walk in, and the second I'm out of sight, and the door closed, I began to sprint up the stairs as fast as I could manage. Now back then, I was fairly athletic. I did quite a few sports in my free time, so it didn't wind me too bad to sprint up these stairs. When I'm about halfway up, I hear the stairwell door slam open, and footsteps begin sprinting up the stairs. I paused for a second terrified, and looked down into the stairwell. I saw the face of that guy staring up at me from 2 floors below, before he immediately began to run after me. I ran as fast as I could up the remaining floors, my legs burning from how fast I was going, barely able to catch my breath. I finally get to my friend's floor and exit the stairwell. I get to her door and begin to pound on it, crying and begging for her to let me in right away. She opens the door confused, and I run inside, slamming it behind her. There I am, crying and shaking, as she gets the story out of me. Her older brother, who was a 20-year-old guy and built really big, heard all of this just as he'd come out of his room to find out what the commotion was. He charged out of the flat right away and began to hunt the building for the man, but he could not find him anywhere. I never saw that man from the elevator again. I don't know what he wanted me for, or what he planned to do to me if he caught me, and I'm glad I never found out. It feels a bit corny to start this off by saying it was a dark and stormy night, so let's just agree to say the weather was shit. I was on my way to a convention in Chicago with 2 of my very good friends. We went year after year, and this was the 4th time of us going. The Weather Channel had called for very severe weather, but we refused to miss our annual overnight trip for anything. We all piled in my car for a 6-hour drive. The first few hours was fine, just raining and quite humid. Then, the typical Midwest severe thunderstorm started. The kind where you just look down at the lines on the road so you don't end up in the ditch, since you can't see anything else. Once, when the lightning flashed, my friend Chris swore he saw a tornado in a cornfield in the distance. After this, we decided to give up and pull under a bridge until the rain let up enough for us to see. We waited a good 45 minutes, and were running hours late from driving so slow through the storm. The rest of the trip was drizzle and that post-thunderstorm fog that's always felt very creepy to me. There were hardly any other cars on the interstate, since most people were too smart to be out driving in such weather, which just added more to the creepy feeling. We didn't get to our motel until about 2 a.m. Since we were poor college kids, we never stayed at the convention hotel. Luckily, we had found a little motel a 20-minute drive away that was dirt cheap. We stayed at this motel every time we came to the convention. It was 3 stories tall with no interior hallways. All the rooms were accessed from outside. Unfortunately, the cheapest rooms were on the 3rd floor, and the elevator had not worked any of the times we visited. Checking into the motel in the middle of the night was quite interesting. It was still foggy and drizzling out, but also humid and quite hot as well. There were only 2 or 3 other cars in the dark parking lot, and the only lights were from the lobby and the street lights. We walked inside and no one was at the desk. After ringing the bell for about 15 minutes with no response, we actually called the motel from my friend's cell phone. An older man answered and soon came out to the desk from a back room. We tried to negotiate a 1st floor room since obviously they were not very busy. He was quite the jerk though and kept saying, "We're booked, we're booked." There were only 2 or 3 other cars there. Certainly, some room on the 1st floor had to be available. Being exhausted though, we took our 3rd floor room and prepared ourselves to drag our suitcases up 3 flights of outside stairs in the drizzle and heat. As we were leaving the lobby, the old man called out to us, "You kids better lock your door and don't answer it after dark." He went back into the back room and slammed it shut. God, that creeped me out. We unloaded the car in the foggy, dark parking lot and dragged our luggage to the stairs. As we came around the back of the building, we saw the elevator. The out of order sign was gone, and the doors were wide open. The light in the elevator was the only light source on the entire back of the building. It seemed like something good had finally happened to us on the trip. The elevator was working, and we didn't have to lug all our things up those slippery stairs. I remember thinking it was weird that the doors were open though. Don't elevator doors usually stay closed until you push the button? But whatever, it was better than the stairs at least. We loaded in our luggage and got in. I pushed the button for the 3rd floor, and the doors started to close. The doors were standard elevator doors, and right before they closed all the way, words appeared written on the back of it. Written in red paint or marker or something on the far side of the elevator door, so that it was only visible when the doors closed. It said, "Well, you're fucked now. Sorry, fuckers." The elevator started moving. We all stared at that door. My friend, Chris, from behind said the obvious thing we were all thinking. "Guys, I think we're fucked." It took that damn elevator forever to get to the 3rd floor. With a ding, the doors slowly opened. None of us moved. I think we were all waiting for something to come trundling out of the fog, or one of those sirens from Silent Hill to start or something. But nothing like that happened. The doors started to close, and my friend Amy quickly shoved her suitcase in the way of the door. We all scrambled out. The elevator door closed, and we heard it go down to the ground level again, abandoning us to our fate. Slowly, we all 3 came around to the side of the building. Nothing was there but a long walkway open to the elements, with doors along the left side. Completely terrified now, we crept towards our room, which was halfway down the walkway. We were almost there when we heard it. Loud and clear in the night. Ding. It was that goddamn elevator, returning to the 3rd floor. We sprinted to the room. Chris had the key and frantically tried to get our door open, as the other 2 of us stared toward the back of the building to see who would come trundling around that corner. Click. The door was opened, and we bolted into the room. We locked every lock on that door and braced our suitcases up against it for good measure. We stood inside listening for anything else. We heard nothing. Being the only guy in the group, Chris looked outside after a few minutes, but he couldn't see anything either. I don't think any of us slept well that night, and we never stayed in that motel again. What is up guys, Blue Spooky here. Just wanted to let you know before you start this video that this is a long horror compilation, but it consists entirely of news stories that I've not read before. I'm going to try during the middle of the week, maybe every week or every other week, doing a long video of news stories like this and see how you guys like it. There will also be ads only after the first 3 stories, but not after any of the stories after. So you can listen to it and go to sleep or listen in the background or whatever you need to do. Without any further ado though, let's get right into the video. So this story happened about 11 years ago. I was a senior in high school at the time, but it is the single most mind-boggling thing I have ever experienced. It's also important to note that it happened in mid-December. I'm from Iowa, and the winters here get cold at night, as in if you get stuck outside, you will die kind of cold. That plus the snowfall makes everything dead silent. You can hear anything and everything inside the house, and even immediately outside of it as well. Well, me and my best friend were hanging out in my family's walkout basement, just having a boring winter night playing video games. We were also the only ones home. The reason it was just us there is because my mother went from work straight to a bar to grab a few drinks with coworkers. So my friend and I thought it might be a good opportunity to break into the family wine and live it up a little. As we were sitting there opening up the first bottle, I hear the door to the garage open and slam shut. I immediately go, "Oh shit," and start looking for places to hide the bottle away. My friend then says to me, "Hey, I thought your mom was supposed to be out all night." I replied that she was. I then heard a few heavy stomps and heard my mother yell out, "Hello? Anyone home?" I yell back up the stairs, "Yeah, just hanging out in the basement." I hear a few more steps move from the garage door toward the stairs, and she yells out once again, "Hey, can you come up and help me with something? I need you up here right now." I replied back while frantically trying to find a good place to hide the wine bottle. Yeah, just give me a minute." There was silence for about 20 seconds. "Is anyone down there with you?" She yelled back in a more serious, concerned tone, in a voice that was slightly off from my mother's. This was the very first thing that told me that something was not right. Our family never cared if anyone was over, as our house was a very open house to all family and friends. And the voice, it was just wrong as well. It sounded nearly identical to my mother's, but it was missing something I just couldn't quite put my finger on. Weirded out, I replied back, "It's just Colton." After I yelled that back to her, I found a good place to hide the bottle and began walking up the steps to the next level. Now, as I was walking up them, I couldn't help but feel the overbearing silence that was now in the house, and that slightly electric twinge in the air, telling me that something was not right. When I got to the top of the steps, I looked over to where the door to the garage was, and also the kitchen right next to it. It was black, pitch black, as if all the lights were shut off. There wasn't even any moonlight shining in through the windows. I walked over to the kitchen and yelled out, "Mom? Mom, where are you?" There was no reply, just silence and darkness. I felt that electric twinge turn into full-on needles, and my adrenaline started kicking in full force. I had to get out of there as fast as possible. My mother was obviously not home. I ran back down the stairs, grabbing my coat along the way. "What's wrong?" Colton says. "My mom's not home." I replied as fast as I could, looking for my truck keys. "What do you mean? We were just talking with her." I could see the confusion in his face. "There's no one home. We need to leave now." I took a few steps back toward the back door that opened up to the yard, and I saw my dog shaking on the couch, my cat growling behind it. I couldn't just leave them there. I just knew that if we left, something bad would happen. "Where are we going? Are we leaving?" Colton said, still confused as all hell. "No, I can't leave them here all alone. Something's really off. I'm gonna call my mom and figure this out." I pulled out my phone and called my mom. She picked up immediately. "Mom, were you just home? I heard you yelling for me from the second level, and when I went up, you weren't there," I said frantically, hoping she was playing a joke. "No, I'm just leaving the bar. I wasn't feeling very well. Are you okay?" "What do you mean you heard me?" I filled her in on the whole story, and she rushed home. Colton and I stayed in the basement with the animals until she got home. Before she did, we could hear something upstairs. Not like walking or sitting on things, but like a weird pressure in the air, like a black hole was slowly moving from one room to the next. The word I would instinctively describe it as is hungry. When she finally got home, it was like all the tension just immediately disappeared just as quick as it came, like an overbearing predatory presence had just flown away. We still haven't figured out what the hell was going on. This is just one story of many unexplainable things that have happened to us, but this is the easiest to write down, and one that I was happy to have a witness for. My mother has since passed away now, and I've moved away to Arizona, but whenever I go back to Iowa and I see Colton, he still gets creeped out by what happened. I never truly knew what it was, but I know that whatever it was that had my mother's voice, it was evil, and it was hungry. This experience happened to me a long time ago when I was very young, around 7 or 8 years old, I believe. After poking around this subreddit for a while, I felt like it was an appropriate place to tell my story. So basically, my entire family was throwing a reunion/New Year's Eve party at this huge hotel. All of the adults decided to go down to the bar to drink, thinking that all of us kids had already gone to sleep. Obviously, though, we weren't. There was enough candy and soda in our systems to keep us up for 72 hours at least. We decided to use all this energy to run out in the hallway and play a game of hide and seek. Yeah, real smart idea. Anyway, there were 6 of us children, and we split up into 2 groups of 3, each group hiding together, so no one would wander off and get us all into trouble. When it was my group's turn to hide, we somehow all managed to get lost at different corners of the hotel, and being the child that I was, the thought of being lost was already frightening enough to me. After circling the floor of our room around 5 times, I decided it would be logical to just go down to the bar where my parents were. Big mistake. I walked to the elevator, and when the doors opened, I noticed there was already a man waiting inside there. I didn't think very much of it. It was a big hotel, and it was no surprise that someone else had to take the elevator to the main floor as well. The man asked if I needed to go down to the first floor too, and I said yes. The man was very tall and reeked of beer. He had on a dirty trench coat and sunglasses as well. I tried to maintain as little eye contact with him as possible, until he asked me a rather odd question. "Hey, you're looking for your friends, right?" I stood there speechless, wondering how he even knew what I was doing before. "You're the one who was playing hide and seek, aren't you?" I mumbled a scared, yeah, finding it weird that he seemed to have been watching us play this game the whole time. We both remained quiet until the doors opened to the 3rd floor, not the main one. I just thought the man had hit the wrong button or something, so I reached over to hit the 1st floor. He reached for my arm and began trying to drag me out of the elevator. I immediately froze up and he whispered to me, "Come on, I know where your friends are," gesturing to the dead end of the hallway where all the vending machines were located. He walked closer to me, grabbing my arm, and again attempting to drag me to this isolated section of the hall. I managed to twist away and bolted to the stairs, practically screeching the entire time. I managed to reach the main floor, only to run into my entire family, including the people I had been playing hide and seek with, who had been looking for me the entire time I was with the man. Needless to say, I still get a little bit wary when I'm alone with a stranger in an elevator. This is not supernaturally creepy, but it is one of the more disturbing and surreal experiences of my life. One early morning a few short years ago, I'm walking to my bus stop minding my own business and eating a banana. It was dark and misty, around 5 a.m., and I was internally debating something trivial, like if I want my daily Starbucks before or after the commute. As I approached the dimly lit corner on my street, a tall man in a black mask steps out of the dark alleyway to my left. Sleepy and disoriented, I barely even acknowledge him. When he shouts, "Put down your fucking purse," and points his gun to my head, things start to click. The man says, "Put down your bags." I tell him, okay, I'm putting them down over here. He orders me to walk over to him, toward the alley. "Get down on the fucking ground." I agree. I'm coming, okay. My heart is beating 1,000,000 miles a minute, and my hands still smell sticky with banana residue. I knew I needed to get away. I don't know why, but my mouth just would not stop working. "Look, see, I'm on the ground. My stuff is over there. Please, just take my stuff." He apparently did not like that very much. "Just shut the fuck up, okay?" He gets on top of me and puts the gun to my head. At this point, I should mention the fact that I'm on my way to coach a high school practice, and I was dressed up like a dude. Huge baggy pants, hat, jacket. If not for my telltale voice, I'd look like a prepubescent 90s rap star. Anyway, as the guy gets on top of me, gun to my head, he looks at me and pauses. I can't tell you why I know this, but I swear in that moment, it clicked for him that I was a woman. He gets off me and stands up, and points over to the dark alley. "Come with me." My stomach hurt. I remembered there had been a recent rash of sexual assaults in my neighborhood, during the daytime no less. When the man pointed down that dirty alleyway, my internal voice spoke the fuck up. It said, "Number one, there is no way in hell you are going down there without a fight. But he has a gun, you dipshit," replies my internal voice too. And number two, "Fucking follow me," the real voice, his voice hollers. So I do what I do best. I talk. "I'm coming, I'm following you," I call. The man makes a crucial mistake in this moment. He believes me. I take 1, 2 tiny steps backward toward the sidewalk. He turns his body and his gun toward the alley. This is my moment. I take a deep breath, tuck my head down in case he starts shooting, and start sprinting away. I hear a voice screaming in a high-pitched wail before I realize that it's mine. After running 6 or 7 blocks, I head back to my apartment, hoping he's not there to see where I lived. The police check out the alleyway an hour later, but the potential attacker was long gone. The only evidence of the entire encounter was my banana peel browning in the alleyway, and the adrenaline rush that I couldn't seem to shake for days on end. I would be lying if I said that the experience doesn't bother me still, but I'm so fortunate to mainly be haunted by what-ifs, and not the what-dids. This happened about 13 years ago, when I was a sophomore in college attending a liberal arts school in Suffolk County, New York. Within the first month or two of freshman year, I had found myself in a very tight-knit group of fellow theater geeks. 6 guys, myself included, and 1 girl. They all loved horror movies and ghost stories. I knew I had found my crew. Freshman year was tough, but we all held each other up and made the whole experience more enjoyable for everybody in our group. At the beginning of our sophomore year, we decided that in October, as the Halloween season was ramping up, we would find a creepy wooded spot in a nearby town some night and scare the crap out of ourselves. We did some research and found there was a particularly isolated area about 30 minutes away, infamous for paranormal sightings. Perfect. The 7 of us split into 2 different cars and headed out into the night. Allow me to set the scene. You turn off a busy main road, flooded with strip malls and restaurants and whatnot, and you are almost immediately greeted by complete darkness. Again, this area was very heavily wooded. It was essentially a large web of winding roads surrounded completely by trees. Very few streetlights, even fewer houses. Without a GPS or a good sense of direction, one could easily get lost in there. We all made sure to have fully charged phones and flashlights, just in case, but the goal was to keep driving until we collectively decided to pull over and go exploring. As per the directions, we made a left off the main road, driving for 30 or so minutes into this dark network, picking directions at random, getting intentionally lost. Our cars made this turn, and to our surprise, there was a huge log right in front of us. It seemed we had reached a dead end of some kind with nothing but trees beyond this. We all got out to see what exactly this was. We stepped over the log and noticed two narrow trails leading in opposite directions. Well now, this seemed like as good a time as any to grab our flashlights and do us some amateur ghost hunting. We flipped a coin and set off on the trail to the right. The trail was so narrow, we had to walk single file to avoid getting whacked by branches. For whatever reason, I ended up being the one in the back. I'm usually pretty rational and level-headed, but I have to say, the further and further we went in, the more I was overcome with this uneasy feeling. I kept hearing these sounds deep in the woods, unable to shake the feeling we were being watched. I seemed to be the only one hearing these things though, so I shrugged it off as my imagination. And in any case, the whole point of us being there was to get scared anyway. Not to mention the fact that we were 7 able-bodied college students. What would we possibly come across that could take us all down? We headed down this trail for another 20 minutes, and just when I thought it would never end, we came to a massive clearing. And I mean massive. It was a large open field of unkempt grass, comparable in scope to a golf course, of course not nearly as well manicured. Trees surrounded the entire field, which was so large we couldn't even see the end of it from where we were standing. I was thrilled to get out of that narrow trail, but I don't think any of us were expecting to find an area so vast. One of us looked off to the right and said, "Hey, come check this out." We all turned. There was this old, dilapidated house, several hundred yards away. The house was completely dark, no cars or signs of anyone actually living there. We walked over and shined our flashlights at it. Sure enough, the windows and doors were all completely boarded up. I managed to peer in between the boards on one of the windows, and what I could see was an old white couch covered in plastic, but otherwise an empty room. Whoever had used to live here, they were now long gone. Because there was no way in, and because we all felt sufficiently creeped out by the house anyway, we decided to walk closer to the trail we had come in from, have a seat in the field, and figure out what to do next. We walked toward the narrow trail, but before we could sit down, my friend Mark suddenly stopped what he was doing. His expression fell immediately, and he pointed to the distance. We all turned, and on the very far side of the field, directly across from where we had come in, we could see someone, tall and lanky, dancing between the trees. And by dancing, I mean skipping around, grabbing a tree, swinging from to to fro, then doing the same to another. Basically a do-si-do. The moon was so bright and the woods so dark, it took us a second for us to really understand just what we were looking at. Jay, the 6'4" skeptic of the group, wasn't seeing anything though. I leaned into him and pointed in that direction. "Jay, look where I'm pointing, don't you see that?" He squinted a bit, and the second he saw it, he gasped with everything he had, clutched my arm and whispered, "What the fuck is that?" What happened next sent shockwaves through all of us. Whoever this was, they stopped dancing, looked in our direction, and started charging straight at us. Without even thinking, we freaked and ran back to the trail. Yet again, Jay was the only one who hadn't seen this happening though. He shouted after us, Guys, what's happening? Where are we going? After about 15 seconds of running like hell, I heard Jay scream, "Holy shit!" I looked back and saw his flashlight following the rest of us into the trail. While the walk into the woods took about 20 minutes, we made it back to our 2 cars, hopped in, and were peeling away and closer to 5. Once we were a safe distance away, we pulled over, got out, and checked in with each other about what just happened. My heart was pounding. I knew everyone else was feeling the same way. Nearly 15 years later, we're all still friends, living in different states, yet keeping in touch through marriages, divorces, children, etc. But occasionally, out of the blue, one of us will send a group text to the others with something to the effect of, "In the woods back then. That really happened, right?" It most certainly did. The experience is always in the back of my mind, and I'm pretty sure it always will be. Here's the thing that still resonates with me about that night, though. Whoever that was, they were dancing maniacally in the woods at 1 in the morning, and then they ran directly for a group of young adults, not at all fazed by the fact they were severely outnumbered. Had this person known we were there from the very second we parked? Was he the source of the sounds I kept hearing as we walked on the trail? Whatever the case may be, when he came for us that night, you can be sure none of us wanted to stick around and see what a person like that was truly capable of. My first year of college was a real challenge for me. I'm extremely introverted, and while I do have friends I spend time with, I do not make new friends very easily. I'm simply too shy to approach others, and I'm no good at connecting with strangers either. It's just kind of who I am, and I'm okay with that. When we started classes that fall, I was the invisible girl. Never called attention to myself if I could help it. You know the type, I'm sure. There are a lot of people who specialize in invisibility. So, I didn't have a lot of friends that semester, just people I would call acquaintances. We all got along fine, but they couldn't really be called friends. Now at this time, I was battling my own demons too. When I was 16, I was brutally raped, and by no means was I over it. It was a major factor in my life. I went to therapy regularly and was treated for major depression, extreme anxiety disorder, and PTSD. I was walking a thin line, trying to pull myself together and get on with life, while at the same time feeling very isolated and therefore vulnerable around others. I avoided men whenever I could simply because I wasn't ready to let my guard down yet, and it was exhausting being on constant high alert. I was also rather paranoid. It's impossible to avoid potentially dangerous, to my paranoid mind, situations when living on campus, and being the loner I was. There were times when I simply had to walk back to my dorm in the dark, or participate in a group project with men, etc. I worked hard on my self-confidence though, and while I did eventually overcome my fears, at that time I was always on edge. I'm sure you can understand. One day I went to class in the humanities building. Not a big deal, but the classroom was on the top floor of a tall building, and I usually rode the elevator. That elevator was slow as fuck, but still better than walking up 12 flights of stairs. With me? I get to the building, call the elevator, and wait. To my surprise, when the doors opened, I was the only one who got in. That was a relief because of my paranoia. Then it happened. The doors were closing when someone stuck a hand in the middle, and 4 guys got in. This wasn't good. My anxiety hit the roof, and I backed myself into a corner so I felt somewhat safer. I kept telling myself it was perfectly fine. These men were ordinary guys. They weren't going to hurt me. I should try and relax. Then one of those bastards turned to me, grinned the most malicious grin, and said, "There's only one girl here. Let's get her." All shit broke out. I'm sure it must have been a joke or something, albeit a very disgusting one, but at the time I didn't take it that way at all. What he said when he made that comment, It made me panic. I had my book bag full to bursting with heavy books on the ground in front of me. In complete terror, I picked it up and started wildly swinging. When the doors finally opened, there were 4 very surprised men either on the ground or huddling away from me, while I stood in the middle hyperventilating and still swinging away. I've never seen anyone exit an elevator that fast, and I'm not talking about me. Those guys actually stumbled over each other, trying to get away from me. It took me a long time to calm down, but in the end it was a huge step in rebuilding my confidence. I'd been in a potentially dangerous position with those 4 men in that elevator, and I defended myself quite effectively. That was the beginning of reclaiming myself. And to the dudes who intentionally threatened rape, perhaps next time you pull that misogynistic shit, we'll meet again, and when we do, I'll be ready once more. So, my uncle used to work a lot when I was younger. He's done a lot of different things to make money, but one consistent thing is that in the summer months and into late fall, he would paint houses. It was a legitimate business and everything. He's got a truck with a number, a name, and supplies in the back. The whole works. Every now and then he would call my dad when he needed a little extra help, and I'd go work for him. No big deal really, it's just painting houses. What could possibly go wrong? Well, turns out it takes a little while to paint a whole house. If the weather conditions aren't right, then you can't paint. One particular fall was extremely wet. It rained what felt like every single day. My uncle would paint multiple houses at a time, so sometimes he would get caught up due to situations like these, and I'd work a little more than usual. That was fine by me though. The job wasn't hard and it paid very well as well. Anyway, it was a warm day for late fall, but there was a distinct chill in the air. One that kind of penetrated through you and stung at your very soul. My uncle had this job he had to finish. It was an old Victorian house in a quiet part of town. A lady and her husband, who was an author, lived there. Due to the weather, it had taken longer than expected to paint the house, and there were family issues going on at the time, which further complicated things. My uncle gets a call one day from the lady who lives at the house. She says that her husband is trying to write his next book, but he keeps getting distracted by the scaffolding outside the house. She wanted to know if we could come over and finish the job as soon as possible. My uncle was always an honest businessman. They contracted him to do the job in midsummer, but he had lots of jobs that summer, and the wet conditions I mentioned above made it difficult to finish anything. However, these people were insistent but very polite, and not wanting to lose customers or get a bad recommendation, my uncle decided to put this house as a high priority. After all, it should take at most a day or two to finish. So, we show up to this house mid-afternoon. Like I said, it was a weird, kinda chilly day. I also remember it being eerily calm. The day was slightly overcast, so everything was shrouded in gray. It was like the perfect setting for a mystery crime novel. We arrive at this house and my uncle and I move to the back. The front of the house was already done, so there was nothing left to do there. My uncle, being the more experienced painter, would always do the touch-ups, and I would simply apply the first coats, since they took very little skill. Anyway, we get to the back of the house, and he asks me if I'm scared of heights. I was 17 at the time, and although they did scare me a little, I didn't want to seem like a child in front of my uncle, so I told him I wasn't. He was very happy to hear that. He had me climb up the scaffold to the 3rd floor to finish an upper section of the house. There was a small window up there, a tiny little oval one that looked right into the attic. The attic also happened to be the husband's study. He would do most of his writing in there. So, I'm climbing up this scaffolding, cans of paint dangling behind me, and various paint brushes and other tools in the utility belt my uncle let me borrow. I get to the top of the scaffolding, set all my supplies down. I crack open a can of paint and start painting like I had a few hundred times before. Outside of the temperature, the overcast, and the eerie calm, this day was just like any other. I'm working my way across the top part of the house when I get to the window that looks into the study. I bend down to dip my paintbrush in and stand back up to paint above the window. The window was in my direct line of sight and I couldn't help but gaze inside. I see a man, the husband, staring back at me with a face completely devoid of any emotion. I had never seen a face so devoid of feeling before, and I still haven't since. Of course, I got startled and took a step back. I chuckled and smiled at the guy, but he didn't smile back. Instead, while remaining completely emotionless, he drew a pistol up to his head that he was holding in his right hand the whole time and proceeded to blow his brains out without ever breaking eye contact, right in front of me, while I was still staring at him. In utter shock, I gasped and let out the smallest scream as I stepped back in fear. Only, I took too far a step back and fell off the scaffolding. Alerted by the gunshot, my uncle looked up in just enough time to see me falling off the scaffolding from the 3rd story. I was lucky enough to land in a bush and only suffer a broken ankle and a few scratches. The biggest wounds happened in my head. I had to go to counseling for a while. It's been years since then, but I still remember that man's face. I've never forgotten it, and it will always be burned into the back of my head. I know now why, looking back, his face was so devoid of emotion. Because he never felt any emotion at all. He literally didn't care about what he was doing. As it turns out, the man was seriously depressed and facing severe marital issues with his wife. Combined with a few too many nights drunk on whiskey and facing severe writer's block, I guess he decided he just couldn't take it anymore. His wife moved out of the house shortly after, and we never did finish that job. To this day, that house remains abandoned, and to this day, I try to never drive down the street it's on. I'm scared that if I do and happen to pass the backyard, I'll see that man staring back at me from that window, so cold and emotionless. I'm a girl, and this happened when I was 20 in the early 2000s. People used landlines, and cell phones were not unlimited at the time. This happened in a town about an hour away from Sacramento. My friend was house sitting for a family that her family was friends with from church. She was to house sit in the country just out of town for a week. They had animals like cats, rabbits, a donkey, and even a horse. The family also had dogs too, but they took the family dogs with them on the trip. My friend was in charge of feeding the animals and watching the place. She didn't have to get the mail daily because they had this metal lockbox-style mailbox down their long driveway. They didn't have any neighbors for miles, just fields of alfalfa, cattle, and corn, so I guess the lockbox was just for safety or something. Towards the end of the week, she asked if I wanted to spend the night and keep her company. I thought it sounded like a lot of fun, actually. I had moved out of my aunts and uncles and gotten my own apartment, so I told her I'd pick her up on the way there after I got out of work. We got there at around 9:30 p.m., grabbing some dinner along the way. We went into the barn first thing and fed the animals. It was a little late for their dinner, and they made their hunger well known with their animal noises. We made sure they had lots of food and water and went inside. This house was a big ranch-style house. Single story, the living room was to the left as you walked into the home. There was a long hallway directly to the right of the entrance that led to where the bathroom and bedrooms were. Straight ahead was a dining area, and to the left of that was the kitchen entrance and a patio door. They did not have an open floor plan. In the kitchen, on the opposite side, was also a long hall that had several doors as well. My friend explained to me that the wife ran a daycare center out of this house. All of these hallway rooms were play areas for the kids she would take care of. We didn't bother going over there because we had zero interest in that sort of thing. We watched some TV instead, ate our leftovers, and talked a bit about people we knew. As it got later, she turned on the house alarm and said she didn't like sleeping in other people's beds, so she had been sleeping on the couch instead. She then offered the bed to me. She would sleep on one of the two huge recliners that reclined so far back it was almost flat. The chairs were really comfortable, so I just said I'd take the chair instead. I went and laid back in a chair with my blanket. We turned off the TV and were talking for maybe 20 minutes in the dark, when suddenly the motion sensor floodlights started shining through the window, completely lighting up the room. Now, I really have no idea why people in the country think it's okay to not have curtains or blinds, because to me, that's insane. We both got real quiet, and Amanda says, maybe it was one of the cats. Then, though, we start hearing gravel crunch, like a person walking across in the parking area outside. My chair was closest to the window. I slid carefully down to the floor, clutching my stupid blanket for safety the whole time. The floodlight timed out and my friend slid to the floor as well. We laid on our stomachs there in the dark, not knowing what to do for a minute. We heard a loud bang, and all of a sudden the house alarm started blaring. The floodlights turned on again. It was so loud we covered our ears, and I started to panic. I swear I've never been so close to peeing my pants before in my life. I began crawling towards the keypad for security, because I've seen the commercials. There's a button you can push and a person responds to you in case of an emergency, or at least they'll send the police. I look at the main screen. It says patio 1 of 2 open. Amanda starts to cry a little and hits the call assistance button on the pad. Nothing happens. There's no assistance. I ask her where the phone is. She says there's one in the kitchen and one in the parents' room down the hall. Our choices are to either go in the kitchen past the windows and next to one of those patio doors, or go down the hall to the parents' room and use the phone there. I asked her where the other patio was, and she said it was in the daycare part of the house. It was an easy decision. We go inside the parents' room and it's pitch black. I ask her where's the phone. She says, I think we'll have to turn on a light. I really didn't want to do that, but we really had no choice. I didn't have a flashlight with me, and I didn't bring my cell phone either because I had limited minutes on it. It was a much simpler time. Amanda didn't even have her own cell phone until after this happened. She turned on the light and we started searching around the room for the phone. Not only, though, did these people not have any curtains on any window, but they did not even have closet doors. We see a golf club leaning against the wall by the bed. They probably had that instead of a baseball bat, which is what I had next to my bed at home. We figured, though, if we hit someone with it, it was at least gonna leave a mark. She grabbed it up and we continued our search for the phone. Looking at the obvious places, we find a cordless phone stand, minus the actual phone. The alarm is still raging. We have a light on and the person who opened the patio door is bound to notice all of this. I'm thinking at this point. She asks, should we use the locate phone buttons? I look at her and respond, yeah, if you want that strange guy coming in here with it and asking us if we were looking for something. I was getting extremely mad and scared in this situation. Standing there, knowing that we have to now go to the kitchen, the house alarm suddenly stops. It gets country quiet. If you've ever lived in the country, you know exactly what I'm talking about. There wasn't another golf club for me to grab, so I made her go out first, flipping every light on and keeping the doors closed as we passed. We double-checked the security panel. It said the door was still open. Hit the call button. It still doesn't work. Double-checking the front door is locked. We started off for the kitchen. I told her we had to check the patio near the kitchen and I grab a big knife that wasn't even close to being sharp. We check the patio door near the kitchen and it's locked. We turn on all the lights, grab the phone, and dial 911. The phone isn't a cordless phone. It's one of the old ones with a cord attached on a wall. My friend is on the phone with the dispatcher, telling her what's happened, when I hear a whistle coming from outside the kitchen window. The thing people don't think about, because I didn't in my thinking that safety was turning on the lights, is that while you have the reflection of the inside on the window, people on the outside have a clear view of you, unless you press your face right up against it. I hear the whistle again. It sounds like someone trying to get someone's attention kind of whistle. But I can't see anything when I look outside. I'm not pressing my face against that window to see if I'm the person they're whistling for. My friend is still talking to the dispatcher and is crying now, saying she doesn't know the address to the house. She hands me the phone. Hello? The dispatcher lady sounds annoyed and tells me she needs an address to send the police to. I ask that she trace the call and she says something like, "You're house sitting and you don't even know where you're at?" Scared, angry, and overwhelmed, I hand the phone back to Amanda and start looking for something with the address in the kitchen. I'm looking in the junk drawer, on the counter, on the refrigerator, fully keeping an eye down the hall that has the daycare rooms, knowing that on the other side of one of those doors is a patio door that was fully open. Amanda tells the lady that she doesn't pick up the mail because of their lockbox. A few seconds later, she removes the phone from her ear and stares at me with a blank face. I ask her if they're tracing the call, because I could not find anything with an address. Amanda says low. She said, "I hope the police find you in time," and hung up on me. I was so scared and angry at the same time. We knew that there were people outside. We knew that the patio door to the daycare area was wide open. We didn't know what to do. We stood in the kitchen silent for what seemed like forever, but was probably only a minute. I picked up the phone and dialed 411. I told Amanda they would have the number to the police department. As calmly as I could, I explained what was happening to us. I included the 911 dispatcher and said we really needed the phone number for the town's police department. Then we heard a huge metal bang outside the kitchen window by the patio door. It sounded like someone dropping something metal and heavy. Amanda started crying, and I couldn't hold my fear and started crying too. The operator said they were connecting us and would stay on the line with us after getting pissed at that 911 dispatcher on our behalf. A police officer answered the phone, and the 411 operator started explaining what was happening to the police. They were asked to disconnect once we had established a connection to the police department. The police asked a few questions, and we heard that whistling again outside. The floodlights all around the house turned on. I was too scared to look outside. We had never turned on the patio light because we had to walk across the patio window to get to the switch. We told the policeman on the phone about the whistling, and he said there should be several officers showing up shortly and to just stay on the phone. We were outside the city limits and knew it might take a while. Having an officer on the phone, though, made me feel a lot better. I was still really scared, though. He told us the police had arrived and were coming up the drive. The police said to put down the phone and open the door, so I did. What I saw was a police pickup truck with spotlights flashing into the pastures that ran along both sides of the drive. 2 officers, not just with handguns but with shotguns as well, walking slowly beside the truck as it came up the long drive. 4 officers approached the house asking us our names. One went to the phone and said they were here and hung up. They ordered us to stay in the dining room and began searching the whole house. One by one they returned. The last one came back in through the patio door by the kitchen. He said he'd searched the barn and the horse had looked really spooked. He asked what other animals were in the barn as well. They told us they didn't find anyone and the daycare patio was not locked. There was, however, a broom handle in the track to prevent it from being open too far. I looked at the patio door that the officer entered in and saw there was not a broom handle in that one, then felt dumb because he just walked through it. They lectured Amanda about not knowing the address of the house she was supposed to be responsible for, and some other stuff I don't remember. After finishing statements, they said they'd stick around and look more, and if we wanted to leave, we could. They could lock the bottom lock but not activate the alarm, and we were cool with that. We were out of there so fast. We got into my car and went to her mom's. Mentally exhausted, we fell asleep, and I went to my office job the next morning. She said she really didn't want to go back to the house, but she had to feed the animals their breakfast. Her mom told her to take her sisters, and she did. That afternoon, she called me at work. She was really nervous and began telling me that when they went into the house, there were footprints and poop on the carpet. I said it was probably that cop that had checked the barn. She said she wasn't quite sure. She also said that when they went into the barn to feed and water the animals in the morning, someone had tied all the rabbits' legs together in their hutches. They had 10 rabbits the kids used for 4-H. Amanda then continued to say that there was a note left there with the word lucky scribbled on the back of a pizza coupon she thought came from the refrigerator door because the flyer was now suddenly missing a coupon. It took a while for them to untie the rabbit's legs, and Amanda asked her mom to find someone else from their church to finish the house sitting. She was not going to go back. She also told the officer what she came back to, but no one was ever caught, and the police never called either of us to update us either. I'd like to preface this by saying I was young and drunk for most of this, so my bad decision-making, while it may be annoying, was not just out of pure ignorance or anything like that. I was 20 and female at an anime convention. My 21st birthday was coming up a month later, so my roommates decided to let me get shit-faced, as long as I stayed in the room or left with someone I trusted. I was staying with a large group of people in one of the nicer hotel rooms there. I had been to quite a lot of conventions over the years and never really had a bad experience, outside of a few cosplay creepers and shitty people every now and then. The weekend went pretty normally, except I was drunk, and my group was throwing small parties. On the night of a particularly not-so-fun one, I decided to drunkenly leave the room and go roam about the main lobby. That was when I met Steven. I have no idea how old Steven was, but he was at least an adult, probably a bit older than me. We ran into each other at a manga table, and he mentioned how he loved the manga I was holding. I didn't really read them that much, I just liked the artwork. I'm more of an anime Andy. I still listened to him gush about the story for a few moments, though, because he seemed nice enough. I didn't really say much to him outside of, and yeah, that sounds really cool. I thanked him for all the info and walked away. After about an hour or so of roaming around, I decided it was about time to head back up to my room. Back in my room, I had taken 2 shots with my roomies and was laying on the couch when we got a knock on the door. The music and talking quieted down, as it was customary to shush when someone knocked, in case of con security coming to shut down our party. That's when my roommate answered the door and said, "Veronica, she's here, come on in." Followed by silence. Then my roommate calling my name and telling me, "Hey, someone's here for you." Now 2 things drunk me didn't think about were the fact that I'd never told Steven my name. Our interaction lasted 5 minutes max, and I gave no other information to him. On top of that, my name is complicated and hard to pronounce. Maybe I assumed he just described me, and my roommate knew who he was talking about. But I didn't give him my room number either. No, we were several floors up in the suites area. You'd have to take a different elevator to get to the room than you would to get to a standard hotel room. I definitely wasn't thinking that at the time, though. I walked over to the door to see Steven smiling there. He asked me to go for a walk with him, and I drunkenly said yes. I mean, he was just an awkward anime dude who wanted a friend to hang out with. What was the worst that could happen? We were walking, and he was talking to me about how he was recently watching an anime where the protagonist wouldn't stop killing the girl he liked. I've since Googled that anime plot and not been able to find one similar to what he was talking about, outside of some extreme yandere stuff. I got a bit creeped out, as the hall was completely empty now, and we were walking with no plan of where we were going. He then began to talk about his favorite serial killers, how he was a huge crime junkie, and followed a lot of cases. A big red flag went off in my head, and I decided it was time to try and go back to my room. Then he suddenly stopped walking, and stared right at me. "I know a really cool spot we can go to. If you take the staff elevator, you can go all the way up to the top of the hotel. It's really pretty." He was suddenly breathing a little oddly, and his hands were shaking with excitement. I said no, as I still had some sense left in my drunk-ass head. He then grabbed my arm as hard as he could and started pulling me, yanking me toward the staff doors. I pulled back, asking him to stop. He told me to shut up and be quiet. I yanked free of him and started running. He chased after me, yelling at me to stop. I was nearly in tears and wondering why the hallways were so empty at one of the most crowded cons I had ever seen. When I finally ran into a group of girls, they saw the fear written on my face and immediately pulled me into the midst of their group, asking me about my hair and makeup, wrapping their arms around me protectively. I was crying, telling them what was happening, and when I looked back, Steven was already gone. I didn't see him for the rest of the con, but I stopped being so friendly at cons because of him. I would also like to say that Steven is just the name I gave him. I never learned his actual name personally. I told con security about him, and my roommates and friends used the buddy system with me for the rest of the convention. When I was about 10 or 11, I was very ill and did not go to school one day. My parents both worked and couldn't get the day off either, so they told me to just stay in the house and don't answer the door for anyone. The usual stranger danger talks and all that. I was just sitting watching TV in the front room that had a big bay window that looked out onto the street, which was a main road with a row of shops just across from it. I felt awkward with all of those people just walking past, able to see right into my house, so I decided to shut the curtains slightly. For some reason, though, as I started to do this, I noticed a man in his late 40s or early 50s, with a beard and glasses, wearing a green knitted jumper. He almost looked like your stereotypical child abductor. Something about him walking past my house just seemed a bit strange, but not enough to play on my mind. At least until he walked past again, 10 minutes later, in the same direction he had just come from, as if he had just looped around the block to come back around. 10 minutes later, he appeared again and stopped at the edge of the driveway for about 30 seconds, looking into the window. He then proceeded to the door, peering inside as he walked by. It was an old Victorian sandstone house, with big storm doors on the front that you needed a key to open, so he couldn't get in. He knocked on the door a few times, but something just told me not to answer. He then came to the window, banging on it and saying something I couldn't quite make out through the glass. At that very moment, I noticed the realization in his face when he saw that there was a back door as well. My parents never locked that back door, so the dog could come in and out as he pleased throughout the day. I bolted through the kitchen, and within seconds of turning the key and locking it, the handle started jiggling violently, and he started banging on the door. I curled up in a ball on the floor in fear. He started trying to open all of the windows after that, and eventually left only about 30 minutes later. I dread to think what could have happened if I had not remembered that back door was unlocked in time. I'll be honest, I'm not 100% sure if this story is as scary as some of the other ones you've heard, seeing as I've never actually met this person, but I have nowhere else I know of that this could fit better. Since almost a year now, end of August 2019 to be exact, I've moved to an apartment in a different city because my mother, who I lived with in my hometown, passed away from cancer. I've moved here with my long-term boyfriend and one other roommate, who's been a good friend to both of us since before we even started dating. We all absolutely love it here. The location is quite great. It's a 15-minute bike ride from my university, and it's located at a square with a grocery store, drugstore, lunchrooms, everything you could ever need right within walking distance. However, after just a month or two of living here, someone has started to ring my doorbell at exactly 11:05 p.m., semi-regularly. Sometimes every day, sometimes every other day. Sometimes there's a week in between instances, and sometimes there'll be a couple of weeks in between. But it's always at 11:05 p.m. And every single time I get no answer each time I ask through the intercom who it is, except for once, but I'll get to that in a bit. At first, I thought it was friends from one of the neighbors who accidentally rang the wrong doorbell or something, but after the fourth time it happened, I began to grow suspicious. After more than those 4 times, I started noticing it would always happen either exactly at 11:05 p.m. or sometimes a few minutes earlier or later. My boyfriend and roommate both work at bars, so they both work until very late and would usually only get home at around 2 a.m. Each time this happened, I was always alone at home. It started to really freak me out after a while. When I first told them about it, they both kind of shrugged it off and said it was probably just a wrong dial. Just like I had thought too at first. But when I told them it had happened on so many different occasions, and sometimes even daily, they didn't really believe me. They thought I was just being a little paranoid and spooked. One night, however, when the doorbell rang again, I answered the intercom asking who it was. I could hear very heavy breathing on the other side. I was thoroughly spooked in that moment. I was again home alone and kept asking who they were and what they wanted. I couldn't make out from that breathing if it was a man or a woman, but I began to hear a strange mumbling and whispering as well. Then it was suddenly dead silent. They appeared to have left. I started putting my apartment door on double lock after that. I was so scared and spooked out. Thankfully, my roommate got home a little earlier that night, around 30 minutes after the doorbell rang, and he could tell immediately how upset I was. Now, with the coronavirus in full force, my roommate and boyfriend aren't able to work anymore, and they now also witness that frequent door ringing at 11:05 p.m. Now they really do believe me, and agree it's very odd and creepy. We have a balcony that looks down at where our apartment building's main front door is, but because there's also a shop right underneath us that always has those curtain/roof things out, the view to the door is partially obscured. Every time our doorbell rang, me, my boyfriend, and my roommate would go onto that balcony to see if we could see anyone, but we never could. They were always perfectly hidden. I've also asked my neighbors from my apartment building if their doorbell gets rang too, but all the ones I've asked have said that it has never happened to them. 2 weeks ago, my roommate decided to do some investigating and went outside our apartment building at 11 p.m., standing across the street and pretending to have a smoke while keeping a close eye on the door. He said he did see a man who looked somewhat suspicious wandering around our building, who slowed down his pace significantly as soon as he approached our door, but when he spotted that my roommate was glancing at him, he very quickly walked away. We aren't 100% sure if that's the door ringer, but it was very, very suspicious. Also, our doorbell hasn't been rung at night since that day. I'm hoping that maybe it will stop now, but there's a possibility it will continue again or even escalate in a few weeks. Sorry for the length of this, but it is a spooky enough experience for me to write it out. While I was deployed in Kosovo, my team did a lot of night missions that required us to cover a great deal of ground in a short period of time in order to make our extractions. All of this while remaining undetected by anyone in the areas we would pass through. We would always seem to see odd things during the night, but never anything like this. During one of our recon missions, we had started by getting dropped off in a remote location to identify whether shipments of mortar rounds and mines were being moved throughout the area. Our extract was going to be before daybreak, and we needed to make it just over 17 kilometers. The terrain wasn't too overgrown, and we had good intel over the area. It was either a full moon or very close to it. Of course it would be for a story like this. So unless we encountered somebody close by, this was going to be a pretty easy night. Our team was normally only 4 men, but we had the opportunity to make this a good training run for some of the new guys, so we took on an extra 3 people. We still wanted to make sure we played it safe though, so I took rear security, and we'll call him L, took the position just in front of me. We both worked pretty great together, and could easily manage to cover our team if needed. We moved about 10k through our starting mission area without finding anything, and had made good time doing it as well. At this point, we needed to start heading for the extraction point, which was located just over a good-sized hill and then through an area that was nearby a village, but not too close. We regrouped, did a count of people, ammo, and supplies, and moved out. Being rear security, I was the last to move, and just as I was about to take off, I heard a noise in the trees, maybe 50 meters away. I turned and saw L looking in that direction as well. He must have heard it too. Everyone else was still moving. Since the new guys were in the middle and were not used to looking back every 20 meters to spot your security, we were getting left. Chances were the noise was nothing more than a deer. But Elle and I started moving out, using a 2-man bounding technique. We kept hearing this noise, so I told Elle to reach the team, while I remained in place after our next bound. I found a place with cover, and he bolted after the team. I heard the noise once again, and saw the trees move about 15 meters in front of me. Everything stopped. 2 minutes went by with me being very quiet, controlling my breathing and watching in front and to the sides. Elle and my team were slowly making their way to engage whatever had been following us. They came up on the sides and surrounded the area I signaled to. Once in position, I moved up. Nothing. Not footprints, tracks, or any sign something had been there. Cue the guys giving Elle and I a hard time for getting left alone and getting scared. All in good-hearted fun, of course. We move out again. Again, I am the last to move, with Elle between myself and the next man in front. This time, no noises when I step away. After about 2k, we come upon an orchard that we need to move through. The light through the moon was really bright and the trees were spaced, so we used them for cover as we stayed near the middle of the orchard. Just before I enter, though, I heard the noise again. This time, I thought I heard a little girl giggling. Not something my imagination would just make up on its own. I was expecting to hear wildlife, if anything. This time, Elle had already taken off an additional 20 meters and turned to wait for me. I moved to my location and he moved out again. I was crouched next to a tree watching for anything. All of a sudden, the tree I was next to caught my attention. In the knots of the tree, I swear I could see a face that looked like a person. As I squinted and looked more closely, a little girl's face appeared and she turned at me smiling, waving a little hand and giggled, then disappeared as soon as she had come. I was in absolute shock at this point. There was not a chance in hell I was going back to my team to report what I just saw, so instead I bolted and caught up to Elle and kept my mouth shut, recognizing I had likely just lost my mind. I was definitely not going to talk about this. We hit our extract in time and leave. 2 weeks go by, and I'm told I'm needed to provide security for a team of combat engineers who are going through an area I'm familiar with. In the meantime, my team was going through the area we were in 2 weeks ago, where Elle and I got scared. Again, I never said a word to anyone about what I'd seen. In my mind, I was quite happy about not going back there. So I go with the engineers and help them find a minefield that had been recently laid, in an area that kids walk through every day, mind you. They take care of informing the village nearby to be careful, and they start blowing up the mines in place. I really appreciate those engineers and the hard work they did out there. I get back and am taken to see my commander and told thanks for the work. Feeling great, I head back to my barracks room, a place I rarely get to visit. and see that none of the other guys are back yet. No sooner than taking my boots off, the door opens. I hear everyone laughing as they enter, but Elle is not laughing, telling everyone to screw themselves. One of the other guys sees me and blurts out, "Hey man, Elle says he isn't going on patrol with us anymore in your favorite spot." I just grimace and wait for stuff to calm down. A couple days later, Elle and I are out playing babysitter to some scouts. He says, "What did you see that night?" I shrug and say, "I don't know, just my imagination getting the better of me, I guess." He then says something that sends chills up my spine. "I know you saw her. I saw her too. Tell me I'm not crazy." "You're not crazy. Where did you see her?" he said. "She was inside a tree." I had never given any information to Elle about what I saw or details that could have led him to come up with the same conclusion. When I saw that girl in the tree, Elle was 40 meters away from my location and could not have even seen me looking at it. So last Friday, I, 25 and female, had a little time to kill before picking my kids up from school. It was a gorgeous day out, so I decided to spend some time cruising some back roads in my hometown, small and rural, listening to some music. I passed this guy with his thumb out, trying to catch a ride. I almost picked this guy up. He looked to be about late 30s, early 40s, carrying a fishing pole and a backpack. Pretty innocent looking, all things considered, I guess. But see, I'm a lone female, and I've been taught by hundreds of hitchhiker gone wrong stories that you just keep driving. So I kept driving. As I was driving away, I'm having this internal dialogue of guilt about my decision not to pick up this guy. You know, if I was hitchhiking, I'd hope someone would pick me up, and I mean, really, what's the worst that could happen? That mixed with my new self-improvement goal of doing things that scare me as often as possible led me to the conclusion that if when I looped back around he was still walking, I would pick him up. Sure enough, about 10 minutes later when I came back around, he was still there. I was feeling a little bit nervous pulling over and getting him, but what was I going to do? Peel out while he was trying to get in my vehicle? As soon as he hopped in, I realized I'd probably made a really horrible mistake though. One, because he seemed like he was tweaking balls and smelled god-awful. And two, because this dude was looking at me like I was a feast and he was starved. I didn't realize exactly how rattled I was with my decision until he asked me for a smoke. My hands were shaking so badly, I could barely even pull one out of my pack without breaking it. Driving made it easier to hide my nerves, but I was internally freaking out and trying to decide how to beat this guy's ass if he tried anything. Turned out his name was Wayne, and he lived about 5 minutes from where I picked him up. Meanwhile, he's telling me how he lost his license due to DUIs, and he's living in his house with an old man. He tried to get him to come with him, but he didn't want to come, etc. He's also trying to sweet-talk me into hanging out at said house with him and come over and drink with him the next day. When I finally get him to his destination, it's a little shack-like thing, surrounded by all these junk cars and shit. He gets out and is trying to still get me to come inside with him. I firmly tell him no and leave. I was actually feeling really relieved and in fact a little bit proud that I just faced down a fear of mine just fine. Fast forward to Monday. My instructor says, "Holy shit, apparently someone got murdered down so-and-such road. Do you know anyone down by that way?" I say, "Wow, that's really ironic. I actually took a hitchhiker down that road on Friday. His name was Wayne or something, I think." Probably wasn't even 15 minutes later when I see good old Wayne's picture on Facebook, saying the TBI has picked him up for stabbing someone to death at the very house I dropped him off at Friday. Graphic information about how he stabbed him in the lungs and the victim had bled out in that little shack, and the old man he was living with didn't even exist. I swear, I'll never pick up another hitchhiker for the rest of my life. A little bit over a year ago, I had a job working overnight at a gas station, quite close by to my house. I'm a woman and was 31 at the time. I know, to some it seems unsafe for a woman to work graveyard shift by herself. However, it was a very slow store, and the sheriff's office was only about 20 feet across from it. I really didn't think I would have that many problems. There would be about 30 customers in an 8-hour shift or so, and that was on a busier night. This night, it was about 3:30 in the morning. I went outside to sweep the parking lot and do a last-minute check of the trash. It was about time for a cigarette. I had one headphone in, kinda jamming out. Across the road, in the parking lot of the sheriff's office, I saw a figure with his back to me. He was swaying back and forth while looking down. Honestly, it kinda looked like he was enjoying a much-needed piss. Against the sheriff's office, though? Yeah, the building closed at 4 p.m. and didn't open again until 6 the next morning, but why? By the back of his ripped white t-shirt, I remembered that he had come in about 4 hours earlier. He had been a total creep, and I could tell he already had a good buzz going. I didn't say anything. I just took my eyes off him and tried not to draw attention to myself. It was working until a car pulled in. I was still outside as they pulled up. I saw him look over to the car, then look at me, then back and forth again. As the customer was leaving, I walked her outside. I still had half a smoke burning and had left my dustpan outside with the squeegee. We both heard him start to swear angrily and seemingly begin to engage in an argument with himself. She looked across the road and told me to be careful. I made an awkward joke about him being the one who should be more afraid of me, or something like that. The man was still there, but now closer to the road, facing the parking lot of my store. Whatever he was yelling was completely unintelligible. He was obviously very drunk and could barely even stand straight, still swaying away. I didn't engage him, but I didn't take my eyes off him this time either. I just slowly backed into the store. Something about his face really bothered me. It had a darkness to it, but his eyes looked completely wild. My experience during graveyard jobs has been that the crazy-eyed ones are always the worst offenders. I didn't like it at all and wanted no part of it. I still had almost 3 hours to go, and 2 before any other employees would arrive. I instantly went to the computer and typed up a temporarily closed sign just in case he wanted some trouble. I was coming around the counter on my way to the doors when I saw he'd walked across the road in the meantime and was now on my side now. I literally just barely got the second door locked when he stumbled into our very small parking lot. My hand mimed the signal for cut across my neck, basically telling him, "Nope, sorry, can't come in here, we're closed." I shook my head back and forth too, hoping to further discourage him. He started walking away, but screamed something at me while he was walking. I don't mean he was grumpy and shouted at me, or yelled that I was an asshole or something like that. He was completely enraged and violently throwing hands at invisible enemies everywhere. Definitely knowing I was in the wrong shift of the wrong job, I got really skeeved out. I decided to call the cops. It's a good thing I did at that moment too, because the very minute I hung up with them, here he comes again up to the door. He starts pulling and banging on it. He backs up and runs into it, trying to slam it. Not that it would have done any good. I made the mistake of telling him I'd called the cops and his ass was about to be grass. I say I made the mistake of telling him, because once I said that, he took off immediately. The police never found him. They drove across the road and around the surrounding neighborhoods for over an hour, but found no one. He was on foot, so I really don't know where he could have gone to in such a short time. He didn't harm me, and with them not finding him, I didn't fill out a police report or anything. I was safe behind thick glass doors that were locked for the rest of my shift. It just sucked, though. Maybe if I didn't warn him ahead of time, I wouldn't have had to spend the next 3 months of my job constantly looking over my shoulder for him. I'll never know what the right choice in that moment was. I'm just glad I made the right choice and don't work there anymore. Just to preface this story, this happened about 12 years ago, when I was around 13 years old. The memories and emotions of this incident had faded away into the back of my mind, but recently I started having flashbacks of this event, and it led to multiple panic attacks while driving or in public. After some deliberation, I thought perhaps writing about it and sharing it with a community that might understand the fear of experiencing this sort of thing might help me feel validated with my emotions. So here goes nothing. I was a 13-year-old living abroad when this happened. To give a short background info that might help you understand the story a bit better, I was living in an apartment complex. Every morning, the school buses would arrive at the main entrance of the entire complex and pick up all the kids for school. The church I was attending at the time also operated buses to help people get back home, so every Sunday after the services were done, I would take the church bus back home. I never doubted my sense of security and safeness, since this kind of system made me feel very safe and protected. That was until I met him on one fateful Sunday morning. I was a church kid, quite the involved one too. I was serving the youth group as a part of the welcome team for newcomers when I first met him. He entered the chapel with his mother following behind, and she explained that they had recently moved to the country and were just starting to settle down. My first impression of him was that he was very lanky, shy, and very quiet. He seemed so harmless, innocent, naive. So when his mother left him after filling out the form, I gave him a smile, greeted him, led him to an empty seat, and thought nothing more of him until I saw him again in my small group. So I greeted him again, saying something like, "So nice to see you again." I still remember how he just shyly nodded, not really answering me. When the small group time ended, I took out a haichu, a Korean soft candy, and gave one to everyone in the group, even the teacher. As I handed that rectangular candy to him, he softly whispered, "Thank you," and walked away. It was the first time I'd ever heard him speak. I hadn't realized that he was living in the same complex as me until I got off the church bus and saw him coming down the steps of the bus as well. It was quite the funny coincidence, so I told him how weird it was that we were in the same small group and living in the same complex. He nodded again, and I walked off first because he was waiting for his mom and little sister who were coming behind him. My apartment was number 20, the first in the row of buildings. I had opened the door and was about to go in when he followed behind me. Me, still in that newcomer greeting mode, responded to this by asking him if he was living in the same apartment building as well. He nodded again. I noticed that his mother and sister were not here yet, so I got into the elevator first. I asked him if he was going to wait for them. I gave him my goodbye when he quietly nodded yes. Next morning, I saw him waiting in the lobby when I got out of the elevator. He was alone, and I asked him if he was waiting for his sister. He nodded, so I gave him a quick, "Have a nice day," and ran off so I wouldn't miss my school bus. For every day of that week, I saw him waiting for his sister in the lobby, standing in the corner right in front of the elevators. I really didn't think very much of it. I would always say hi or good morning to him, and he would always just nod or wave back timidly. There was nothing more to it than that. That is, until one Sunday, when I got back home after church. He was walking along behind me, this time together with his sister and mom, so I thought I would be a nice girl and hold the door open for them. I waited, holding the door open, only to have all three of them walk right past my building. How strange, I thought. So I peeked my head out to see what building they were entering. Number 15, which was 5 buildings down the street. At first, I didn't think too much of it, thinking they might have just moved out of building 20 and into building 15 recently. But when I stepped out of the elevator the very next morning to see him again in the lobby in the same corner he would stand in every morning, my heart sank deep. I don't know how I responded to it, but I remember choosing not to confront him because I was in denial that this was actually happening and didn't have the courage to ask him for an answer. Things very quickly progressed after that day. I started getting these late-night calls on my cell phone. The typical not going to speak but just going to breathe heavily kind of call you get that makes you feel insecure even though you know you're safe in your room. He also stopped waiting for me in the lobby after that morning, but would stand on the far corner of the street every day and watch me wait for and get on the bus. Me becoming hyper-vigilant of this didn't help the situation either. I could always spot him watching me, even though he would often try and hide behind a tree or the guard's cabin or something. It made me feel sick to my stomach, but I don't think I felt so threatened and cornered to the point that I wanted to seek adult help, at least yet. I was a very, very private teenager who was already keeping some traumatic experiences a secret from my parents, so naturally this felt like another secret I would have to keep so they wouldn't worry about me. At church, I kept up my bright facade but would distance myself as far as possible to avoid any sort of contact with him. I actively put this distance between him and me, because whenever I decided to play by my facade and say hi to him, instead of returning my greetings, he would stare into my face, then drop his gaze to my private areas. The fact that it was summer and I was wearing shorts did not help at all whenever he stared at my thighs and between my legs. The shame, the embarrassment, the feeling I was being dirtied by his very gaze, the anxiety and paranoia was getting too much for me. I started to skip the small group session and left right after the youth group ended so I would avoid getting home with him at the same time. On days that I did happen to attend small group, I just sat quietly, unwilling to speak a single word, while he stared intensely at me the whole time. One day, while the teacher was leading the discussion, he suddenly burst into an angry yell, shouting, "Why do you keep ignoring me when you clearly know I like you?" Needless to say, I was embarrassed, ashamed, shocked, and terrified at the same time. The teacher tried to de-escalate the situation, but he stormed out after yelling about how frustrated he was with me for not returning his affections. I wanted to leave as well, but the fear that I might run into him made me stay in my seat, while everyone in the group quietly whispered among themselves about this sudden drama that happened before them. It was actually a huge shock to me that he was doing all these things just because he liked me, but what shook me more in that moment was the fact that the teacher didn't seem fazed at all by this sudden outburst. She also didn't seem surprised by the fact he had such feelings for me. Instead, she casted glances at me with this sort of knowing look in her eyes. I had always wondered how he got a hold of my phone number. This was it. The teacher dismissed everyone, but asked me to stay. I was always the model student at church, but the moment I was left alone with her, I lost it. I cursed and swore, and demanded her to tell me what she knew, if she knew how much he was making my life miserable. She told me she knew he liked me. Apparently, he started liking me because of that stupid-ass candy I gave him on the very first day. She had given him my number because she thought it was cute seeing him crush on me so much. So I told her everything he had been doing, how he waited for me every morning in the lobby, even though he lived in a different building, how he would stare at me and watch me from the corners of streets, how he would stare at my thighs and my chest, call me late at night with the heavy breathing and all. I was having trouble speaking and breathing because of how much I was crying, but I remember yelling, "He's like a fucking stalker!" And that's when I fully recognized that I was really being stalked. When I became quiet due to the shock of realization, the teacher took her chance to speak and told me he was a mentally troubled kid who didn't know better, so I needed to just bear with it. That was the end of the conversation. Honestly, there's a gap in my memory after that day, so it's hard for me to recall what events led up to it, but the last time I saw him was when I had the most fearful encounter with him. I was already on the church bus waiting. There were two girls sitting a couple of rows ahead of me, and the bus was silent other than that. I was sitting by the aisle when I saw him get onto the bus as well. The strange thing was that when he got on, the two girls suddenly turned extremely hostile toward him and told him to get the fuck off the bus, calling him a pervert. He responded angrily, "Well, you whores aren't the ones I wanted to see anyways, so shut up." That was the first time I'd heard him speak such profanities. Honestly, I was shocked. He then fixed his eyes straight at me, walked over to where I was, and sat a row diagonally behind my seat. My heart was pounding at this point. I wanted to sit by the windows to hide from his gaze, but I was scared that he would think of it as an invitation to sit next to me. I stayed frozen in my seat until more people came in, and only moved to the window seat when an adult asked if they could sit next to me. I think there was an instinctive feeling that told me I could not get off together with him off that bus, so I purposefully got off at the stop before my apartment. It was only a 600-meter walk from the bus stop to my home, so I mixed in with the people and got off the bus with them. The bus had stopped by the side entrance of another apartment complex. I just needed to walk down the street to get to mine, but this street was empty and deserted. It was one of those areas waiting to be developed by the city. I started walking towards my home when I realized that he was now following behind me. He was walking just a few feet behind. My gut wrenched as he got closer and closer. Something told me that being alone with him on this street was dangerous, so I broke into a run until I saw an alleyway that parted off from the road. In my panic, I turned into the alley and was relieved when I saw that there were some smaller shops that were still busy with people. There were also people just hanging out in this alleyway, chilling by the benches outside and stuff. I was certain he couldn't have followed me into the alley after I'd run, but I still looked behind to check in case. There he was, still following me. He had sprinted after me. My relief quickly turned into terror, and I hastened my pace, purposefully weaving in between the people in hopes of losing him. But whenever I looked back, he was getting closer and closer. Eventually, the people hanging by the shops thinned out, and I was now walking in an empty alleyway. On the opposite side of the alley, I could see there was a bigger road with more cars and people. I was already quite out of breath, as I wasn't a fit person, but with the last of my strength I ran for that busy road, hoping to lose him if he was still behind me. I stopped once I reached it, and turned around to look into an empty alley. I stood for an extra minute staring into it to confirm he wasn't still following me. Fortunately, my friend's house was close by, so I stayed at her place until I felt it was safe enough to walk back home. That was the last time I saw him. I stopped going to the small groups. I started serving children's department as an accompanist so I could avoid going to the youth group altogether. I didn't see him again after that, but one time I happened to meet my small group teacher, and she told me he had left the country. Apparently he was reported multiple times at school for lewd behavior, such as sneaking into the girls' restroom, which was why the girls on the bus were so grossed out by him. In the end, he had to be expelled from the school. I think that was when I decided to bury the fear and terror away, because he was no longer an immediate threat on my life. Funny story though, after the whole incident I had to watch Ferris Bueller's Day Off at school, but the moment Ferris's friend Cameron Fry showed up on screen, I had to run to the bathroom and throw up, because the actor's face looked exactly like him, and just watching that face brought back all the trauma. Anyway, if anyone has made it to the end of this, thank you for staying through this with me. I often wonder at night what might have become of him, and wonder if his parents knew what their son was. If he was truly suffering from mental illness, my only hope is that he received the proper treatment, so no one else ever had to go through what I had to. I work at Jimmy John's and am training to be a PIC, person in charge. They're teaching me to run night shifts, along with closing the store. I was used to working in the daytime, around 11 a.m. to 2 p.m., and held off on taking up the position, since I knew the area was very sketchy at night. I wanted to move to a better apartment complex though, so that made me change my mind in the end. Normally, we have a male driver who stays after close until I and my coworker who's training me, Anna, leave. But tonight he called out sick and didn't have the chance to get his shift covered. Mind you, when the area manager, not Hannah, was talking to me about taking this position, he told me about the area being sketchy and how I'll always have a male to make sure I'm safe. He, however, claimed the most that would happen is being harassed by a homeless person or something. After I heard our male driver wasn't coming after all, I just had a gut feeling that something bad was going to happen tonight. After 9 p.m., our store gets maybe 1 or 2 customers before it closes at around 10. Usually we lock the doors at this time, but this time we forgot. This comes into play later, but no one came in to bother us. The shift goes by as usual. We're running a little bit late since we're missing a coworker, but it was pretty much all good in the hood. We gather all our trash bags, boxes, a bucket with a lot of trash and put them outside. We were planning on putting the bags and shit in our trunks to take to the dumpster a few stores away. I can't really describe this very well, but our store is part of 3 other stores in the same building. There's a little straight walkway, and as you go on it, you pass by the other storefronts. Ours is on the far end, furthest away from the dumpster. It's within walking distance, but again, the bags, boxes, and bucket were a lot to drag with us. When we place our stuff out there, we see a guy standing by a column in front of our store. I immediately got a bad feeling again and shook my head at Hannah. Hannah said something along the lines of, "Hey," to which he mumbled, "Hi," or something back with an off-putting smile. He looked like he was on drugs, which wasn't that uncommon around here. Hannah put her bags down outside the store and went to lock the door, then came out to lock the second door from the outside, now closer to me. We go to grab our trash, she puts hers in the trunk while I keep glancing over at this dude. He's now mumbling something to me. I can't even tell you what he said, maybe something like "nice store" or something. He tried to open the front door, but of course it was now locked. I mean, you just watched us lock it, you crackhead. What the fuck? I throw the trash into my back seat. Hannah starts to pull away when I gestured to her to stop since I felt uncomfortable being left alone with him, and my car's door was frozen shut. I open the front passenger's door and get in with my trash, lock the door quickly, and gesture to her that I'm okay. I crawl into the driver's seat and drive the short way to the dumpster trash thing. She's closer to the dump and puts her trash in. I grab the box, bag, and bucket out of my car and throw the bucket, keeping track of where the creeper dude is. I don't see him now, though. I grab the trash bag and box when I suddenly see him sprinting down the pathway in front of the stores while crouching. I panic. He's close enough to where he'd be next to me in less than 10 seconds. I shoved the boxes into my car door from the driver's side. I was able to crack it open from the inside when trying to get out the car to throw the trash away. I kept pushing and shoving. Get this fucking trash into this fucking stupid car right now, you idiot. Hannah was already in her car at this point, and I finally got the trash far enough to where I could sit down. Frantically, I get in and lock my doors. Guess what? The dude is right next to my face outside my window. He's mouthing something, doing crazy shit with his hands. I freak out and put that bitch into drive and follow Hannah out behind the buildings. We get out onto the street and I'm still in shock and hadn't fully processed what just happened. I see Hannah pull off the road to the bank. She has to deposit the money we made in cash today. She calls me and I start to process it. We freak out a bit and call 911. I was shaky-voiced and trying not to cry. I describe where my Jimmy John's was, what happened, what he looked like. Mind you, I'm still in shock a bit, so I told the dispatcher I wasn't fully sure. He's white, wearing a black hoodie with his hood on, dark pants I think, light eyes, maybe blue or green. I described all that happened and she sent the police to check it out. After the call, I felt hopeless. She had an awkward end to it and I didn't feel very reassured. I told her to have a good night after some awkward silence and she hung up on me. I have anxiety. It used to be a lot worse, but it was finally hitting me now. What was that guy's goal and what was he on? Did he have any weapons? I didn't see any, but if he got to me, would he have used them? Maybe he just wanted my car or something. But why would he crouch run to steal my car when I was less than 10 feet away from it? I finally get home and panic on the way in. I get in, hear my puppy barking, and panic more. I cried and choked and tried to catch my breath for an hour. I had to pee. I had to shower, and I couldn't. I was feeling so overwhelmed. Hannah texts and asks if I'm okay, says we'll talk to our manager and so on. She didn't even know the guy had made it to my window. I told my brother, who is at a house party, what happened. He promises to come when I close to protect me from now on. He does jujitsu and practices self-defense a lot, but he stays at the party. Turns out our store doesn't have cameras. Fuck me. Why would our manager think it's okay to let Hannah and I close by ourselves? I was told we'd always have a guy with us. Of course, this shit happens the one time we didn't have one. I don't know what our manager can tell me to comfort me about this situation. I just hope she lets my brother stay in the restaurant to protect us. Otherwise, I'm not sure I can work here anymore. This happened a couple of weeks ago. I live in a major city. My street is a narrow one-way. Cars can parallel park on one side, and the street can fit about 30 of them. I'm outside my door, which is right at the end of the street, smoking a cigarette before bed. I'm looking across the street, when to my right I notice something right out of the corner of my eye, behind one of the parked cars way down. It was just a small movement. I really didn't get a good look, so I kept on smoking. When after a couple of seconds I saw it once again. This time it looked like someone had just ducked down behind the car. The street was well lit, but it was hard to see because there were maybe 25 or so cars, and the movement had been so fast. Just about 3 seconds from them, I see a head pop up from the car in front of the last one I just saw. It was very clearly a head. Then it ducked down again. Before I even knew it, it had popped up in front of that car and was still now. Whoever it was knew that I had just seen him. He ducked again. In a flash, he was popping his head up from the next car in front, getting closer to me now. He definitely knew I had seen him. He was moving really fast. Not like supernaturally fast or anything, but very quickly. Up until this point, I was curious, but now I was feeling a bit uneasy and afraid. I'm 5'11" and 185 pounds and do work out, but I can't even remember the last fight I've been in. It was so creepy. Now he was only 6 car lengths away, and I could see him clearly. He was staring at me. He looked fairly normal, bigger than me even, and had glasses on. He ducked down behind the cars again. I almost pissed myself. I sprinted into my house and closed the door, and looked out through the peephole. I could only see one car and half of another one. I could just imagine the guy ducking down and scurrying to the next one, popping up again. I was just about to stop looking when he popped up right from behind the car parked in front of my house. He definitely could not see me. I had no lights on in the hallway outside or inside. He just stood there though, staring straight at where I was. He looked like he was mad about something. He took his glasses off and wiped them, then stuck them in his pocket, I think. I couldn't see his lower half, but it looked like he was wearing a long coat. Somehow it seemed like he was staring through the door directly at me. For a moment it looked like he was going to walk, and I was hoping he was not going to come around the car and up to my front door. Then he ducked down out of sight once again. I was pretty freaked out at this point. I stood at that door until 3:25 a.m., listening and looking for him. Then I tried to go to bed, and was awake, listening for a long while. First off, a disclaimer. I'm no longer active on OkCupid. This was 2015. I wasn't really actively looking, but I would pop on OkCupid every few weeks to see if anything interesting was in my inbox. Being female, I had a very active inbox. Sorry to all you guys out there. I noticed an email from an interesting, fairly local guy. Email was alright, asking about polyamory, which I don't mind talking about if the person is sincerely interested and respectful. We got to chatting. I had zero romantic or sexual interest, but I thought this could be an alright friendship. After a few months of chatting, he found me on the Book of Faces and asked if it was okay to send a friend request. I agreed. We had been chatting, getting along very well, and he seemed like a nice person. A little bit weird, but that's okay. I'm a little bit weird myself. No big deal. We continued to chat here and there for about 2 years or so, sending birthday greetings, just a very casual friendship. He had asked to meet several times and hang out. I'd considered it, but at the time, I was running my own business and working upward of 70 hours a week, plus maintaining my own home. I was also raising my younger child and trying to balance 2 partners and an extremely needing, demanding, workaholic client who had no boundaries. So, in the end, the meetup never occurred, but we did keep in touch online. Late last year, a news story broke about a man and his girlfriend raping and murdering her young teenage daughter. I never connected the name at first, until a friend contacted me. "Oh, I see you're friends with this guy. Did you hear the news?" The news stories all use his full legal name, not his nickname, which is why I had never connected the two before. It was him. My then online friend of 2 years had beaten, raped, strangled, and then dismembered his girlfriend's teen daughter, all with the girlfriend's help. He's made several statements since then, stating that he's always had this murder fantasy and that this child was very sexual. It wasn't fun murdering her as he apparently thought it would be. It still sends chills down my spine. I dodged a bullet big time. Be safe out there. You never know who is on the other end of that keyboard or phone call. A friend of mine and I were driving home from high school one afternoon when we came up to a red light at a main intersection. The left turn light turned green, and my friend accelerated, maybe perhaps a bit too quickly, as his tires peeled out a bit. Suddenly, the green pickup truck behind us speeds up next to us on our left. The driver was a scary-looking bald man that was very clearly yelling at us, even though the window was rolled up. Unfortunately, we got stuck at another red light. I alerted my friend as the truck driver pulled up right next to us again at the light. On the other side this time, the driver motions to us to roll down our window. We tried to decline as politely as possible. That's when he makes a gun with his hand and points it at us. He then points it at his head and pulls the trigger. He started making moves towards his glove box just as the light turned green. We both looked at each other with looks of terror. My friend guns it as we both scream. The truck peels out towards us, clearly tailing us right on our ass. I decided the best thing to do was to try and lose him near my house in my neighborhood. I was familiar with the area, so if we got ahead of him enough, we could pull into a cul-de-sac before he spotted us. Sure enough, he was following us the entire time. As we pull into my neighborhood, I tell my friend to speed up quickly and pull a left into a subdivision. Thankfully, it worked. We speed down until we finally find a busy-looking cul-de-sac and park behind a car on a driveway. We lay low and see the truck drive by multiple times by the street we chose to hide in. Huge sigh of relief. At that point, we decided to just chill out and try to laugh it off. We don't know what could have happened. We ended up calling the police, though, and meeting up with an officer to make sure we could get home safe and sound. Never saw the fucker again after that either. I used to work as a cleaner at my school after class, so by the time I left, the roads were pretty quiet, as everyone had already walked home. One day, as I was returning, I noticed a man walking behind me. Not too close, but very obviously following me. He was quite creepy. His face almost looked like it was completely made of plastic, and he had this really subtle smile. Anyway, the first time I saw him, I thought nothing of it. About 2 weeks later, though, I noticed him again. From then on, I saw him every single day when I was walking home. I didn't tell anyone because I was 16, and I knew my parents would want to start taking me to and from school. That just really wasn't cool. Anyway, one weekend I was walking to my friend's house, which was a similar route to the one I would take to school. As I was turning up the main road that he would follow me back to school from, I happened to look over at a minibus that was parked at the bottom of the road. I swear to God, he was sat there in the driver's seat, staring through the window at me. I called my friend and made it very obvious that I was on the phone, thinking it might deter him. But when I next turned around, he was only 2 meters behind me, with that same plasticky smile. I started to sort of walk and run. I could actually hear him picking up the pace behind me, keeping the same pace and distance the entire time. I was still on the phone to my friend. I told her to open her front door and wait for me. When I got to her house, I ran straight in, and we locked the door right away. That man stood outside her house for about 2 hours, smiling and staring through her window. After that incident, though, for some reason, I never saw him again. I moved away since, but when I went back to visit my parents last weekend, that minibus was still there, parked in the exact same spot it had been all those years ago. When I was about 13 or 14, I lived on a farm in North Carolina. This wasn't a regular farm that you would expect with fields full of beans and shit. It was actually a pine tree harvestry. Pine needles are a big landscaping commodity, so we lived basically in the woods and would bale the pine straw every year. Whatever. The point is that my house was in the middle of 550 acres of perfectly lined longleaf pines. My living room had a huge picture window. I won't go into the full architecture of the house, but it was a weird custom job built by some dentist in the 30s or something. The window in the living room stretched nearly the entire length of the room, maybe around 50 feet or so. The house was built on a subtle hill, so the living room itself sat 5 or 6 feet off the ground. You had something of an angle to look out at a solid mile of pine trees. During the winter, it was unsettling, because you'd get just a bit of snow, enough to reflect the moonlight, so you could see all the dogs and animals running around at night. I'll be honest, I hated that room, and that window. Now on to the relevant part. I had a cousin over for the weekend, and we were doing what kids do in the country, throwing stuff into the fireplace to see what would happen. It was getting late, and the fire was dying down though, so we built a big kingdom of couch cushions and blankets in the living room and got ready to head for bed. Nothing was out of the ordinary, until we heard the dogs start barking. They were really far away. The property stretches for nearly a mile, so I assumed they were just off chasing whatever animal felt like shitting in our yard. My cousin is staring out the window though, not saying a single thing, which prompts the standard, "What's wrong?" He just kinda kept staring and said he felt like he was seeing things. Naturally, I started to get anxious and started staring out the window as well. Nothing happened for a few minutes. He got more and more annoyed with me because I was asking what he had saw exactly. He kept shushing me though, so that he could focus a bit better. And then we both see it. The shadow of a person moves from one tree to the next. Not a run or a leap. A brisk walk from one tree to another. This was only about 100 yards out from the house. We couldn't actually tell if the person was coming closer or not, because we were dealing with moonlight reflecting off the snow and slush and ice. I guess the crazy part is that we didn't freak out that much, because at this point there was still a chance that we didn't see what we had seen, you know. Maybe it was just the light playing tricks on us or something. So we kept on staring. I know we should have gone to wake up my dad, but he was kind of an idiot. He would be the guy to walk out on the patio and holler into the woods with his rifle. We were scared enough to agree that we didn't want to taunt with whatever was happening. About 3 minutes later, it happens again, but a good 50 feet or so from where we'd first seen it. Another person, another tree, a few strides. and then they were gone. This happened every few minutes for the next half hour, and we just stared the whole time. At this point, I should mention that we didn't really have neighbors. The land surrounding our farm was federal paper. I don't know who owns it now, so it was miles and miles of uncultivated trees. You would never see people around our farm unless they intended to be there. So we kept watching these two figures, intermittently appearing and vanishing, until we saw one appear but never disappear. We focused on it and could see it was now sprinting forward. We lost our shit and went to wake up my dad. By the time we got into the room with my half-awake father, though, the figures were nowhere to be seen. We sprinted around, locking the doors and windows. Keep in mind that we're way out in the country with no one around. It rarely occurred to us to lock the doors. Every door was worse than the last, because you just know as soon as you reach the door, someone is going to be trying to force it open. But that never happened. We locked everything up just fine, and walked around the house at least 50 times, making sure no one got in without us knowing. We then convinced my dad to fall asleep in the living room with us, while we stared out that window. I never understood why my dad wouldn't call the police. He always had this "we take care of our own" mentality, and it simply wasn't an option for him to call 911. The next day, we went out to look, and absolutely, there were footprints everywhere in the snow. We saw them between the trees, and then we finally saw where someone had been standing right in front of the window. As I said, though, I wouldn't have seen them, because while I'm 7 feet up in the living room, they would have been right beneath me. My grandfather's company does timber and mining, and was setting up an office in a relatively remote part of a third world country, and found a house that was dirt cheap, even for third world country standards. Obviously, though, there was a catch. The villagers from around the area told him not to purchase it, since the house was apparently haunted, and everyone who had ever lived there had died violently. He decided it was just some superstitious BS, and got it anyway. So, the guy setting up the office will live on the top floor of the house, with his family, and the lower floors for the office. He moved in with his wife and 3 kids. Anyway, my grandfather suddenly heard no news from him for the longest time. Since this was a remote part of a third world country, though, he wasn't too worried since he assumed they'd just lost power or something. He finally contacted the local police after a while, though, to go and check on the guy, since he was completely unreachable. They found everyone dead. Apparently, the guy killed his wife, kids, and then himself with a machete. Yes, not a gun, with a fucking machete. He actually hacked himself to death. It wasn't one of those cuts on the wrist to let everyone slowly bleed to death either. Everyone was hacked down, including the guy himself. The description of the scene had to be an exaggeration, since I'm assuming the sight of 5 decapitated bodies, including 3 kids, were scary enough to make people see things. I won't bother putting it here, since I'm not sure what's true. There were details that people could not have possibly witnessed. Let's just say I stopped paying attention after I heard the phrase, "magic machete." I was told the entire room was covered in blood, including the ceiling. Some people were saying the blood on the ceiling had to have gotten there because the spirits threw the bodies around or something. I had to explain a lot about blood pressure, and got a ton of weird looks in return. Now, the weird part, if this isn't weird enough, was he had managed to barricade the door with the bed with his wife and kids on it. It was one of those old, gigantic beds that was extremely hard to move, too. The locals say this is evidence he was possessed by spirits. I say moving to the middle of nowhere in some third world country drove the guy nuts or something, and crazy people can do all sorts of crazy shit, and even perform crazy feats of strength. Anyway, my father had to pay a few bribes to make sure nothing got to the press, not very hard in the middle of nowhere, about the entire thing, and get the police to classify the deaths as natural. I have no idea how they explained that. Third world countries are awesome, aren't they? All the employees in the know had to sign an NDA too. He tried getting other volunteers to set up the office, even if they hadn't heard all the gory details. Because of my grandfather's gag order, everyone knew the previous guy had died, so no one volunteered. He promoted one guy, gave him a fancy title, and told him he was now in charge of setting up that office. The guy quit not long after. There are some wonderful things about being young, poor, and in love. Sadly, this is about none of those things. When I was 22, I decided to move in with my equally poor boyfriend. Unfortunately, poor plus poor still equals mostly poor, but not so destitute that we couldn't afford an apartment in a college town. We happily moved into our little one-bedroom first-floor apartment. Sure, it had its problems. The lead-based paint was so thick we were sure we could survive a nuclear attack. The bathroom didn't have a vent. Instead, it had a window in the shower. The appliances were also from the time of my grandmother. But it was home. Our home. And we loved it. My boyfriend worked the graveyard shift and I worked days, so we spent a lot of time apart. That meant that when we were together, we enjoyed the simple things in life. A lot of naked time. Over time, when I was waking up and taking my morning shower, my boyfriend, who was just getting home, realized that he could come up to our open shower window and sneak a peek. I always caught him though. It was in good fun and we always had a big laugh. Eventually, I started to notice there was a log standing upright outside that window. I continually asked him why he would even need that. He was tall enough already. He'd claim it wasn't his though, and move it away when I went outside to show him. Yet every few days it would move right back. The guys who cared for the yard were there several times a week, so they must have just been moving it back out of the way against the building. Finally, before the snow fell, the yard workers cleared away all the yard debris, and we went on in peaceful oblivion, candy-coated, love-filled oblivion. Time went on and our lease was up. But there was a great special at our cheap apartment complex. We could now rent 2 bedrooms, even cheaper than our one. We happily signed the new lease. The only problem was that our 1-bedroom apartment was on a nice suburban street facing houses, so we never really noticed how bad our neighborhood was. We were moved to the other end of the community, behind an abandoned strip mall. Our front yard consisted of a dark alley and some dumpsters behind a recently vacated Chinese buffet where a lot of stray cats seemed to live. None of this mattered in our dimly lit front yard, though. Our apartment was super cheap and super huge. What more could we ask for? That year, we were so happy that my boyfriend went to buy me a ring on Valentine's Day. Being young and giddy and in love, he wasn't able to keep the secret. I told him yes before he could even ask the question. He didn't have a lot of money, so he bought a ring with the help of a friend's father who owned a jewelry store. He got a good price, but with the drop in price, so comes a drop in attention to detail. I was devastated when he brought home the ring along with our wedding band set, only to find out that someone had mistaken my very tiny 4-ring size with a 12. My rings were made for monster hands. What a terrible way to start our engagement. Clearly, they needed to go back, so he put them in his glove box. But then a storm prevented him from taking them back that day. The next day, he went to his car to find it had been broken into. Nothing had been taken, except the rings from the glove box. We never did have the money to replace them. We personally went to every pawn shop in the area, and everybody said they hadn't seen anything. I began to be jealous anytime I'd see a woman with large fingers wearing a silver ring with Celtic knotwork. I kept telling myself that her deadbeat boyfriend stole my ring to give to that whore or something. Winter passed and summer came. With the summer came the warm breezes and fresh air through our open windows. What the summer didn't bring, though, was more money. Not for us, and not for the city. We lost our cell phone service for non-payment. But it didn't matter. The only people we talked to were each other anyway. Meanwhile, the city cut police and even closed a few stations, most of them in our neighborhood. It didn't matter though. Summer days are long and our dingy little corner of the community wasn't all that intimidating in the daylight. One night, my husband-to-be turned in early for the night, so I decided that after a long day, what I really needed was a nice soak in the bath. I walked into the bathroom and began to run the water, adding my bath salts and bubble bath. I opened the window for that nice summer breeze and took off my clothes and dumped them in a pile by the open bathroom door. I then grabbed my laptop to sit on the closed toilet seat so I could relax in the tub with a movie. This would be at least 2 hours of pure bliss. Nothing beats a long soak in my book. I turned the volume up on my laptop and relaxed the hours away with one movie after another. What must have been 4 hours later, I pulled the plug on the drain and sat while the water swirled away. I slowly stood up and stretched and dried off, the now cool night air hitting my face through the window. I figured I'd just leave that open though. The apartment could use some airing out. I stepped out of the tub and across the bathroom. I didn't bother to move my pile of clothes, instead stepping around them in a manner to get out of the partially open bathroom door. This move put me looking back into the bathroom, right out the window, where I could see a tall man. At first I was startled, but I quickly realized it must just be my fiancé playing a trick on me, like he used to do at our old apartment. Then I saw his eyes though, 2 up high in the window, and everything in my head began to swim. I couldn't scream, I couldn't move, I could only stand there naked and stare. Then everything came into startling detail. The man was standing up on something so high up, I could see his full torso in the window, his full torso and his privates. There was a man outside my window jerking off. The motion drew my attention to his hand. Everything happened in a split second after I saw him, while I was frozen on the spot. I noticed he was wearing a silver ring with a Celtic knotwork on it. I made a mental note of ways to identify him as I unfroze and ran to the bedroom. "There's a man outside the window," I said so fast my fiancé couldn't understand as he woke up. "What?" he asked. "There's a man outside the bathroom window. He's jerking off. He was watching me. Oh my God, make him go away." I was finally in hysterics as everything sunk in. That man could have been there hovering over me for hours, the only thing separating us being a thin screen. When I had stood up, he was inches away from my face, his body towering over me. I just kept covering myself with blankets and telling my fiancé to make him go away. By the time my fiancé fully woke up and went to check out the situation, nobody was anywhere around. There was only a log standing upright like a step outside our bathroom window. In the aftermath, we filed a police report, but had no phones to call, so had to drive a good 20 minutes away to do so. They didn't have enough forces to do anything about the situation anyway. We also didn't have enough money to break our lease. Instead, we spent the rest of the year living in fear. I covered every window with black contact paper. I wedged boards into every window too so they couldn't be opened. That bathroom window was never again opened. I never left without pepper spray. I never left after dark. But for the rest of that year, most nights, I'd hear a faint noise outside our bedroom window, which was right next to our bathroom. In the morning, when my fiancé would go check it out, there would be imprints in the ground, as if someone had just recently been standing there. I wish I could say it's just a story. I wish I could say that. But it's all the truth of 3 long years of my life, and I still can't sleep at night. I may be a little bit too late to this, but I'll never forget this one. I was probably in the 7th grade and was staying at my best friend's house. He lived in a rural area, right outside of a small town. We decided that tonight would be a cool night to go out and wrap some houses, because 7th graders are kind of dicks, as I'm sure you know. We asked his parents if it was cool for us to go out that night. His dad told us no. He wanted us to stay inside and we were not allowed to leave. Well, my friend doesn't take no for an answer, so we snuck out at about 1 a.m. His house sits on top of a hill, with a long gravel driveway that connects to the road. We made it down with a giant black trash bag of toilet paper. Just as soon as we hit the pavement, my buddy said he heard a car coming and we should get off the road. We jumped down into the ditch along the side of the road and lay flat in the grass. Sure enough, a little while later a car speeds by. We give it a few seconds, then jump up to head on our way. That's when my friend goes, "Shit man, it's coming back." I didn't know what he meant until I looked up. Way down the road, I could see the brake lights and the car turning around right in the middle of the road. We dove down flat again, wondering what the hell was going on. We were both in dark clothes, and it was pitch black out too. It's not like we stuck out like sore thumbs. The car comes by again slowly, but it's on the opposite side of the road this time. It drives past and we wait. My friend puts his hand on me to keep me down and looks up out the ditch. "Dude, it's driving by again." By this time, we were both nervous as shit. It was obviously not a cop car. Dark color with no markings of any kind. What if it was not just some concerned citizen? There's a culvert in the ditch close by. I start to army crawl towards it. My friend tells me to be still. The car slowly rolls by and stops, just over the top of us. It drives off. It circles back. It drives by slowly. It stops. It repeats this over and over again. After the last time, we saw it go a little ways down the road. We jumped up, ditched the toilet paper, and sprinted up to his house. We locked all the doors, set the alarms, and watched. I remember when I looked out the window, I could see the car idling out by the end of his driveway. Holy shit, was that terrifying. We spent the rest of the night sitting in his living room with plastic bats and hockey sticks, waiting to defend ourselves. I get that it could have literally been anything, but tell that to 7th grade me. When I was 17 or 18, we lived in a little village called Shipton Bellinger in Hampshire, England. There's 2 towns fairly close that form almost an oval. I've always had trouble sleeping and was getting really into fitness then, so I started going out fairly regularly at 12 or 1 a.m. in the morning and running, taking that oval route. It was a couple of miles of a run and it tired me out quite nicely. One night, I'm coming to the end of the circuit. I'd gone via Tidworth and back up towards Lugershall. I know some of you are Google mapping this. There's a secondary school called Castle Down, which is near a back road which leads towards my village again, totally unlit with trees on either side, and then big open fields. So I'm under a street lamp outside the school, tightening my laces, when I hear a ton of noise coming from the woods. At first, I figured it was just a deer or something, so I finish tying up and start to jog down the road. The noises start getting louder and louder though. It gets to the point where something is audibly coming towards me through the woods, and I hear the metal fence shake as something starts to climb it. I took off so fucking fast down the road, full on sprinting the entire mile or so. I was constantly repeating to myself, if it can catch me, it deserves me. And don't waste time looking. You know it's there, just run. It freaked me the fuck out. I got into the village and stopped. I had to look for about a minute to see if anything would come out from the darkness. Then I pegged it to my row and house. I still don't know if it was a person or an animal or what. And frankly, I'm glad I never got to find out. When I was 17, my mom and I argued quite a bit. I always found her to be irrational, and had a hard time choosing to be the adult as often as I had to. One day, I was upstairs in my room playing a multiplayer FPS on my PC, when my mom hollered up the stairs to me that I needed to take out the trash because it was going to get picked up the next morning. I had explained to her before all about how you can't pause online gaming, so all I did was holler back, "Okay, in a minute." There were no warning signs. I had no idea she was upset at all until she was already upstairs and in my room, screaming about me not getting up and doing it right away. She thrashed my room in a matter of seconds, breaking everything, including my monitor and a glass star-shaped candle my great-grandma had left me when she passed away. I usually tried to be an adult. Sometimes I argued with her. This time, all I really did was say something along the lines of, "I'd rather be dead than live with you." This was meant to imply I was going to be moving out soon. Apparently, she took it as me threatening to take my own life. She called the police and talked to them alone. I talked to them alone too. I made them look at my room, and my mom didn't have anything crazier to tell them that I had done than the actual truth, which was not taking out the garbage quick enough. They confided in me that they believed me, and they agreed that my mom sounded kind of crazy. But they pointed out to me that I was only a minor, and my choices were to live there and follow all of her rules or be put in some sort of home. They said that due to the nature of the call, they needed to take me to mental health, regardless of whether or not I wanted to continue to live with her. On the way there, they assured me that they could tell I wasn't a threat to myself, and that I would just have to sit down with a therapist for a few minutes and I could be on my way. In the waiting room, it was just me and one other person, a girl who was high on meth and had been in some sort of domestic dispute. She kept talking to me, and she had the wildest look in her eyes. I've seen a lot, and I'm not easily scared, but she was somehow intimidating without even trying to be. The worst part was the way she kept going into the bathroom and coming out with blood all over her hands. She would walk away from me seeming just her normal crazy self, but exit the bathroom with her bloody hands in the air, a hysterical mess. She would cry and scream, saying things that didn't make sense at all. The first couple of times, the nurses thought she had been cutting herself and kept demanding that she tell them what was the source of the blood. The last couple of times she did it though, they didn't ask her where the blood was from at all. I was still curious, but I didn't want to ask either. It made no sense to me that the staff could just get used to this. It wasn't a big deal when she would go back to the bathroom and come out with blood all over her body trembling and her eyes wide, her face covered in tears. Finally, they called me to go see the therapist. She was really nice and understanding. After talking to me for a few minutes, she told me that she dealt with people like me all the time, and I wasn't one of the ones she needed to worry about. I would be being released as soon as I left the room. She let me use her phone in her office to call a friend who would come pick me up. While I was on the phone with him, I told him he needed to hurry up and get there and get me the hell out of here, briefly mentioning the girl with the repetitively bloody hands. It was the disgusted yet sympathetic look that came over the therapist's face as I said this that finally clued me in as to what the blood must have been. All of a sudden, it clicked in my mind, and I knew there was only one way a female could keep having blood all over herself and yet show no wounds. The image of her bloody hands only 2 feet away from my face flashed in my mind, and I suddenly felt embarrassed and didn't know what to say. All the relevant information had been relayed, so I hung up on my friend and left the therapist's office without saying anything else. Luckily, the girl wasn't in the waiting room anymore as I passed, though, nodding at the receptionist at the front desk. I can honestly say that when I left the building that day, I was happy to be going home to my irrational mother. She no longer seemed so bad now that I had something to compare her to. From time to time, I think of that girl and imagine her out there somewhere in the world. I wonder what kind of stuff she had been through, and what kind of stuff she's up to now. Whenever I hear somebody call someone else crazy, I quietly think to myself that they likely haven't seen anything like what I saw that day. I seriously hope I never get to her level. I grew up in the Chicago suburbs, where it's pretty difficult to get around if you don't have a car. I personally don't like driving myself, so I didn't have one at the time. When I left to go to college, I decided to attend the University of Illinois in Chicago. The university is set to the west of downtown. I lived in the dorm as a freshman, but decided to get my own apartment during my sophomore year. I didn't really care for the area around the university, so instead I found myself a place to live in Lakeview, This is an area on the far north side of the city. It was easy enough to get around in the city due to not only the L trains and the CTA buses, but also because UIC offered their students what was called a U-Pass. A U-Pass was an unlimited ride pass to use all of the trains and buses in the city. What made it even better is that it was all included as part of tuition. Now, while commuting to school was easy enough and affordable enough, the one thing I didn't like about this system was that it took a lot of extra time. While I was in the dorm, I could just leave my room 15 minutes before class and never even think about being late. Using public transportation from the north side of the city, though, I had to get out the door no later than 2 hours before class, due to the amount of time it took for traveling. Because of this, I tended to try and cram as many classes into as few a days as I possibly could. The semester in which this story takes place, I was attending school only on Tuesdays and Thursdays. The first week of December, I got out of class late one day. One of my friends who still lives on campus invited me over to his dorm room to hang out for a while. I accepted. We had some drinks, talked a bit, and had a lot of fun. Before I knew it though, it was already 2 a.m. I finally told him I had to get home, because the earliest I'd be leaving home then would be 4 a.m., and I needed to get some sleep to be up early in the morning. So I left the warmth of his dorm room and stepped out into the biting cold of the Chicago night. I walked along the nearly empty streets to catch the bus that would take me downtown, so I could then catch the Red Line L. Being in Chicago downtown late at night was a significant difference from being there during the day. Although there were still people walking around, there were not very many. Downtown Chicago turned into a ghost town usually around 6 p.m., and the trains, which generally came every 7 minutes during the day, only came every half hour in the middle of the night. Even worse, I had to go to one of those underground stations, and they were not well heated at all. I had brought a hat and gloves, but the Chicago winter will still very often cut right through them like nothing. One of the most annoying things that can happen to you in an L station is while you're going down the steps to the platform. You can just hear the train pulling into the station. At that point, you can either choose to hurry down the steps, and if you're lucky, you might catch the train. But more often than not, you would miss it by just an inch. This very thing happened to me while I was on the down escalator. I heard the train pull into the station. I rushed down the stairs, but there weren't many people on the platform, so they all loaded onto the train pretty quickly. I barely missed it as the train pulled off and my feet hit the platform. Ah, damn it, I muttered to myself. Now I had to keep myself occupied and warm for the next 30 minutes. I tried sitting down on one of the benches, even though I didn't usually care for it. I was alone at first, as everybody else had gotten on the train before me. My hands felt really cold and my knuckles felt dry as well as I waited for the next train to arrive. The underground stations downtown were very close to one another. In fact, if you peeked around the corner, you might even sometimes see into the next station. If you wanted to, you could walk from one station to the other with the tunnel in between. There was a small yellow walkway that connected them to each other. That night, I was at the Washington station, which was set up that way. After I had been sitting there for a little while, I noticed somebody walking on the walkway from the previous station. I didn't really like being alone underground like that, so at first I felt a bit of relief to see another person. As I glanced over though, I noticed it was an extremely ragged-looking homeless man. He was wearing a thin jacket and had no gloves or hat either. The one thing I really disliked about living in the city were the homeless panhandlers. I don't mean to be insensitive, but everyone who lives in Chicago knows you can't give change to every homeless person who asks for it. If you did so, you had to be making over 6 figures a year, and you'd still lose money faster than you could ever give it. At first, I tried to keep looking down to indicate to this man that I was not going to be able to give him any money. He was standing right at the end of the tunnel, and stepped out onto the platform. He noticed me after a moment. After standing there and staring at me, he slowly began to walk toward me. I tried to ignore him, but I had to keep watching him from the corner of my eye. He was very strange. I mean, he had to be frozen or nearly frostbitten due to the biting cold and no protection. The way he walked was so weird. He was hunched over, his left shoulder hanging down, and his head lower than his right shoulder. His head was also hanging to the side, like he was looking at me from a weird diagonal angle. As he walked toward me, he barely lifted his feet from the ground. In essence, he was dragging them with each step. It was obvious he was freezing and likely in pain. But I couldn't really do anything about that, so I just wanted him to leave me alone. The homeless man kept slowly walking closer and closer to me. It was obvious he was going to come up to me now. He probably just wanted some change. Maybe I could offer him my gloves or something. I shivered a bit, both from the cold and the apprehension of what he would do. Finally, as he approached, I heard the train coming from a distance. It wasn't too far away now. It would only take a minute or two to arrive. I stood up, intending to walk to the far end of the station, where he would not be able to reach me before it arrived. I looked over to him and saw he was smiling as he shuffled along. I stood there for a bit longer. I intended to leave right away, but he wouldn't break eye contact with me no matter what I did. As I heard the train approaching, I just decided to wait for it. It was then that the man suddenly reached into his thin jacket and pulled something out of his inside pocket. It was disgusting, made of some sort of thin, leathery material, and it was covered with what I swore was blood. Right as the train pulled in, I watched him take it and pull it to cover his head. The train stopped by us when he was only about 10 feet away from me. He leaned in and said in a whisper, "This is my other face." Fortunately, I managed to get into the train and closed it without him trying to get on with me. As the train pulled away, though, I looked back to see the man just glaring at me. I wondered if he had a smile underneath his other face. Ever since then, I decided to just use the buses to get to school instead. When I got out of high school, I immediately moved from the suburbs into the city of Chicago. It was my dream to be an actor, and living in the city would make it much easier for me to get auditions. I forwent college because I was sure I had enough talent to make it on my own without any schooling. Well, for anyone who has ever tried to be an actor, you'll know how naive that was. Not only was getting parts next to impossible, even getting the auditions themselves was nearly just as impossible. I was unable to get a single audition in the summer, none in fall either, and I went into the beginning of winter without having had a single audition. Finally, about a week before Christmas, I was calling the Chicago audition hotline. Keep in mind, this was long before the internet was as prevalent as it is right now. After hearing the regular ads, which were mostly just for musicals, emphasizing dancing or moving well as they called it, and singing talent that I just didn't have at the moment, I felt like giving up and almost slammed the phone down. After about 10 audition advertisements, though, I finally came across one for a small part in a local independent film. It was an unpaid position for a teenage male for a small unspeaking role. The audition was listed as being in Evanston, and they gave me a phone number to call as well. They also said not to call before 8 p.m. I thought that was kind of strange, but I really needed just any part, so I waited. An unpaid role on my resume would be so much better than just having a blank resume altogether. When 8 o'clock rolled around, I went ahead and called the number. The phone rang 10 times, and after that, I finally got an answer. A strange and somewhat strained voice answered and greeted me with a, "Hello?" I was taken aback, assuming that the person answering it would at least have answered in a way that might indicate it was the correct number for the audition. Hi, I'm answering the ad for the movie role?" I responded quite uneasily. After a long pause, the man said, "Oh, that's fine." He then gave me the address and the instructions as to which number to buzz when I arrived. If we like you for the role, we could film you right after the audition." Then they immediately hung up the phone. Now I know what you're thinking when you're reading this. I would have to be an idiot in order to actually go see this guy for the audition. Every single thing about this was just suspicious as hell. I was really desperate though. Other than my high school plays, I had absolutely nothing to show for on my resume. I needed something. Well, I got bundled up and headed out the door. I didn't have a lot of money, so I figured it was just best for me to walk down to the metro station. That would take me right into downtown Evanston. It was freezing outside and might actually have been below zero that day. There were some people out and about, but not very many. After the long freezing walk, I finally made it to the train. Luckily, it came pretty soon after I got there, and I spent about half an hour riding on the train looking out through the green windows before I finally got to Evanston. If I'd thought the area around me before seemed really quiet and dead, Evanston was even worse. When I got off the train, there was nobody around. I was met by a snowflake-filled, chilling breeze hitting me right in my face. I looked at the directions he'd given me and knew it was going to take me a while to get to the place. And it did take me a long time. It took me nearly 40 minutes of walking, but around 11:15 p.m., I finally found the specified building. It was nothing at all like I thought it would be. Rather than an office building or a studio or something, it was an old brick apartment building with a gated front yard. There was an apartment buzzer on the gate with about 30 buttons on it. I found the name I was looking for and buzzed in. I waited maybe an entire minute and a half before trying again. The second time I did it, someone buzzed me in without even speaking through the intercom. I made my way into the building and did not encounter a single person. Walking down the hallway, I eventually found the door. I felt very uncomfortable, but I really needed this role. I knocked on the door. Much like the buzzer, no one answered right away, but after a couple of minutes and a couple of more knocks, a man suddenly opened the door. He was much taller than me, really skinny and pale, with eyes deep set in his gaunt eye sockets. He barely opened the door when his eyes grew wide. "Hey, you've got the part," he told me immediately. "Come in, we'll film right now." He stepped back and I was able to see that the apartment lights were all off. Well, I didn't want to go into that apartment, and finally wished I hadn't even come to this audition in the first place. The whole thing was way too odd. I asked myself why this man was casting me in a role sight unseen for a film and wanted to film that scene right away. When I didn't move to walk in, the man looked mildly impatient. "Well, come on in," he insisted. "You want the role, don't you?" I stood quiet for a moment. I just wanted to turn around and just say fuck it to the entire acting career. Nervously, I asked him, "Yeah? What's the role?" The man smiled at me. "Come in, I'll show you." I went ahead then and stepped into the apartment. He closed the door. The hallway I was standing in was completely dark. There was only one light in a very far-off room. Immediately, I regretted taking that step inside. I didn't move at all. I don't think this is the best idea," I responded. "I think I should just leave now." The man looked mildly angry. "I stayed up for you to come to the audition and I cast you right away. Are you really gonna waste my time by not coming in? I could have cast 100 other people easily today." I stood there and shuffled my feet. I looked nervously at the door and wondered how fast I could get to it to get out of the building. I didn't feel like pointing out to the man that the whole thing was his idea to begin with, so he had no reason to be using that against me. I stammered. But I don't really think I'd be right for it. I don't really have the time to actually film anything right now either." "You don't have to do anything," the man told me, getting extremely irate. "I just have to film you lying on the ground. You're gonna play a dead body." My heart skipped a beat. I knew I had to get out of that apartment right now. The man was too close to me, and I wouldn't have been able to open the door and get out without him catching me. My only chance was to bluff him. Pretending to be relieved, I said, "Oh, okay. Well, that's a relief. I thought it would be a dancing role or something. You know, almost every audition in Chicago cares more about dancing than acting." He looked at me skeptically, but nodded. "Well, come in here and we'll film it. You can never have enough dead bodies." The man turned slightly to move down the hallway. After he took a few steps, with my heart pounding against my chest, I quickly turned and unlatched the door. The man had taken a couple of steps forward, but turned back immediately to see me when he heard it. His turning was the last thing that I noticed, though. I threw the door open to run out of that apartment. I have no idea even if he followed me, because I was not about to look back. I booked my ass out of that building through the front gate and didn't stop running until I was back at the metro station, waiting on the platform. I nervously looked around, expecting the man to have followed me the entire way. The trains only ran once every 2 hours that late at night, so I had a long wait in the freezing cold for this train. I didn't care though. I'd rather be freezing to death than actually lying dead in some guy's apartment. I was also sweating from the running, so I was very fortunate I didn't get sick. But again, better sick than dead. I didn't feel relieved until I finally boarded the train. I called the acting hotline every day. About 2 months later, I noticed the ad was up again. This time, however, it was in a different city, not Evanston. I wondered if I should call the police, but I didn't think I really had anything they could do. Instead, I called the acting hotline message center and told them about that suspicious experience. After that, I never heard an ad like that again. I hope it was because the hotline quit posting it. I prayed every day that he never cast anybody for that part. This story takes place in 1993 in a town north of Chicago called Gray's Lake. The only thing Gray's Lake is really known for is that the hard rock band Chevelle hails from there. It also has tons of new homes and these subdivisions that I like to call Lego houses because they all look exactly the same and they always seem to spring up overnight. Well, in 1993, Gray's Lake wasn't like that at all. It was just a small retirement community with a small high school as well. There were a few small businesses and a park. For the school, there wasn't even any bus service within the actual town, so if you lived in town, you had to either get a ride from your parents or walk to school. The majority of students decided to walk. Now, I didn't grow up in Gray's Lake, but I did transfer there during my sophomore year of high school. Unlike other schools I had been to, I actually made a lot of friends at Gray's Lake. I joined the drama club and was immediately cast in my first play ever. It was Harvey, and I played Dr. Chum-Lee. It was a lot of fun actually, but it mainly gave me time after school to hang out and talk with my new friends. Often we would just sit around talking way past sunset. Then we had to walk home in the dark. That didn't matter to me though. I'd never really been scared of the dark. On Friday, October 15th, it got dark very, very early. A female friend and I were the last two people to leave after rehearsal. It was only 9 o'clock at that point. Although I was only 5'7" and a whopping 135 pounds, I've always had a lot of bravado. I offered to walk her home because she didn't feel safe walking home alone. She asked me if I would be scared walking home afterwards by myself. I basically told her not to worry about me. I don't get scared very easily. Well, turns out I had never really actually been to her home before and hadn't been aware that she lived completely on the opposite side of the park. I walked her through the park to her house, said goodbye to her at the end of her driveway, and after she thanked me and walked into her home, I began my own long walk back. It was getting pretty damn cold outside, so I shoved my hands into my pockets as I walked down the street. I found the gateway into the park and entered it onto the paved bike path. I was about 1/3 of the way onto the path. I was very uncomfortable because I knew I was the only person there right away. It was also very dark. That park had very little lighting. I figured it must have been because most people don't tend to take walks in the park in the pitch black of night. Well, when I got on the path, I began looking around trying to convince myself that I was not scared, just cautious. After I walked for a while, I glanced behind me, only to see a man who looked like he was in his mid-20s walking on the path just a bit of a way behind me. I didn't see much about him, but I could tell he was wearing a red polo shirt. I had no reason to think the man was up to anything, but I did feel my heart start to beat just a bit faster. Gray's Lake has never had much of a crime rate, so I figured I was pretty safe. Still, despite my apprehension, I figured it was best to just keep up my pace if possible. If the man was up to no good and I started running faster, he might just immediately take off running after me. Well, as I walked along, I tried not to keep peeking behind me, but anybody who's been in a situation like that knows that you always had to look. After a few minutes, I noticed that although it did not seem like it, the man had sped up just so slightly that he had actually gained on me quite a bit. I didn't get a good look at him when I looked back. I decided I should simply speed up at this point. I walked even faster, and as I glanced back, I noticed he was walking faster now too. My heartbeat began to rise, and I finally started to get scared for the first time. At least, the first time I admitted to myself. A quick peek back every now and then revealed he was gaining on me more and more. I saw the exit to the park getting closer and closer. I went ahead and sped up, basically speed walking at this point. I quit looking back, and with my heart racing, I got to the arched gateway that led out of the park. Although I tried not to look behind me, my right eye caught something in my peripheral vision, coming at me from behind at an incredible speed. I felt a jolt of electricity course through my body as I realized the man had given up the ghost and was now running at me. I was not going to be able to get away. With my heart pounding in my ears, I noticed a young boy on his bicycle pass me on my right and just keep riding away like nothing was wrong. This calmed my nerves down a bit. I decided to think through the man following me in the park, the whole reason I was even scared in the first place. Turning around to check though, I saw that he had mysteriously disappeared. I had no idea where he had gone or why he went away. I was just very glad that he did. I probably mistook him for somebody doing something bad. He may have just been messing with me, so after that I just went home. At school on Monday though, I came across my female friend. She told me that after I dropped her off, her mom had wanted to come outside and give me a ride home, but I had left too quickly for that. I told her I appreciated it, but it wasn't necessary. She then told me that her mom had been really worried about me because her father was a police officer, and her father had called her and told her there had been a rape and attempted murder at the local Shell station. She told me that earlier that night a woman had bought some gas. This was before pay at the pump was common, or as far as I'm aware, even existent. And she paid for a car wash as well. When she was going through the car wash, the clerk manually shut it down, locking her in. He then forced his way into the car wash, brutally stabbed and raped the woman, and locked her in her own trunk, leaving her for dead. He was planning on dumping the body later. He put an out-of-order sign on the car wash even. Thank God, though, the woman was not actually dead. She was able to kick out the back seat of the car and get out of the car wash and go for help. When the clerk found out she was missing, he fled from the station. He wasn't caught until the next day. I have no idea what happened that night. I'm a guy, and I doubt that a man who had raped a girl would try to rape me too. However, he did try to kill her, and if he was scared he'd be caught, he might have tried to do something to me since I was alone. I don't know. What I do know, though, is that I have since been to 2 different Shell stations, and the exact same polo shirt that man was wearing was identical to the one the employees were wearing too. All I know for the period of time that I was walking through Central Park that night is that a man who tried to kill a woman was on the loose. I should preface this by saying I'm gay, and I've always been very shy. I've always had a problem meeting new people. because I can't just walk up to people and introduce myself. Since I can't, I tend to use the internet to meet people instead. About 10 years ago, I was on a website called gay.com. While I was living in Chicago, I generally would only talk to and meet up with people in my area, because although I had a car, I didn't really want any long-distance relationships. I preferred to have people around that I could go visit on short notice. And notice is very important, as you will learn later. However, I started talking to this man in Milwaukee, or actually right outside of Milwaukee. He was actually a pretty nice guy. We got along really well, and he was very polite to me. After we had talked for about a week or so, he finally asked if we could meet up. He offered to drive down to the city and told me that we could do whatever I wanted. Well, I didn't have to drive, and he was being really nice to me, so I agreed. It was a 2.5-hour drive altogether, which I did not envy him having to undertake. When he arrived, he was pretty nice as well. We spent some time together, had lunch, went out to see a movie. It was Munich, the Steven Spielberg film, and then we drove back to my place. We didn't go inside, but we sat in the car by my bedroom window and talked for about an hour and a half. Finally, he left and went home. A few days later, he asked me if I'd like to join him up in Milwaukee. I had enjoyed our time together greatly before, and he had made the 2.5-hour drive to see me, so I thought it was the least I could do to return the favor. So, much later at night this time, I made the drive up to Milwaukee. The man lived in a house, a 2-story house that was actually very nice. He had told me previously that he was renovating it at the moment. I parked my car and walked up and knocked on the door. No sooner did he open the door than he shoved a glass of Chardonnay into my hand. He had learned from our previous encounter that I was quite a sucker for white wine. He'd also picked out a horror movie, another thing I'm a sucker for, that we could watch that night. As we were watching the movie, he was very insistent on keeping my glass as full as possible. While this didn't really bother me too much, as I love wine, it does have a tendency to go right through me. No more than 45 minutes into the movie, I had to get up and use the bathroom. He told me to walk up the staircase to the 2nd floor, and the bathroom would be on the 2nd door to the right. Well, I walked up there and did my thing. Coming back down, though, I had to remark on the staircase, which was unusually steep. It was then that he made this comment. "Yeah, I guess if I was a serial killer or something, it'd be the perfect place to hang a body from, wouldn't it?" I was completely taken aback. That was just a very awkward thing to say to somebody who's been in your house for no more than an hour. However, we were watching a horror movie, so maybe he was just getting a bit too into the mood or something. I sat back down to finish watching the film with him, and I stopped drinking my wine. I decided I would just leave after the movie was over. When it finally ended, I thanked him for a nice night and for the wine. "Are you leaving already?" he asked. "Yeah. I really need to get home. I don't sleep well in other people's beds." He asked me if I was drunk at all. I told him no. I would need to have a lot more wine than that in order to get even a bit tipsy. He insisted that I not go home. "Well, I have 3 extra bedrooms and tons of blankets and pillows. You're welcome to sleep in any of them. I mean, I'm not going to try anything on you." Well, him trying anything on me was the last thing on my mind to begin with. My mind was still back on that serial killer comment. Another thing I should mention about me is I have a problem getting myself out of conversations. I'm really not very good at asserting myself. The more I insisted I needed to go home, the more he insisted I should stay. So finally, after about 10 minutes of this back and forth, I decided I'd try and scare him off. I'm on medications for obsessive-compulsive disorder. I take Prozac and a medication called Seroquel, which is an atypical antipsychotic. Now, I mean, I'm not psychotic, but it does help me sleep. It also comes in handy for getting myself out of sticky situations, and I hoped exactly to use it that way this time. No, I need to get home because I didn't bring my pills with me, and I need to take them before bed. See, I take antipsychotics. I made sure to pronounce it that way. And believe me, you do not want to see me if I haven't taken my meds. He kinda scrunched up his face as if he didn't believe me, and asked me what kind of antipsychotics I took. I told him it was Seroquel and asked him if he'd like me to explain to him how they work. He refused and still tried to get me to sleep over. Eventually, I told him I had to go, though. It did take a while longer, but I did leave in the end. On the way home, I decided I would not be seeing him again. I got home at about 4 o'clock in the morning. 5 hours later, I was awakened to my door buzzer. I was on a first-floor apartment, and I had a security camera as well. I looked through it and saw that it was him. He was standing outside my door buzzing to get in. This man, who I had seen only 8 hours before, had driven all the way from Milwaukee to Chicago without calling me or giving me any indication he was coming. On a whim, he just drove a full 2.5 hours. Well, I was not about to answer that door, so I ignored it. Then I remembered that we had sit up beside my bedroom window the previous night that we'd hung out. I slowly crept over to the window and shut the blinds. Then I laid down with my back to the wall so that even if he could see in, he wouldn't see me. Sure enough, after 5 minutes, he went over to the window and started slamming on it. When he got tired of that, he went back to the front door. He continued to alternate this pattern for about an hour. Now I know what you're thinking. Why didn't I call the police? Well, honestly, I thought he would just lose interest and go away. I really had no reason to think he was going to hurt me, because there was no way he could get into my apartment. But he still definitely tried. After maybe 90 minutes of really trying to get in now, he finally gave up and went home. 3 hours later, I got an email from him. He demanded that I pay him back for the gas money he had taken to come see me. He told me he knew I was in there, and I had done a really stupid thing, a really thoughtless thing by making him drive all that way for nothing. At that point, though, I'd had enough, and I had to tell him I didn't make him drive all that way. I didn't even invite him. That's on him how creepy it was that he even showed up. He still demanded I pay for his gas money, though. I at that point told him to never contact me again, because now I had the information and an email. If he ever showed up again, I'd call the police. Well, he did stop contacting me after a while, but I think about it very often. Very often. This man was obviously unbalanced. I mean, the serial killer comment could have been attributed to the movie, but who drives that far to see someone they barely know without even telling them that they're coming? I don't know. I just stopped meeting people on gay.com after that. When I was a child, I used to love going to my grandma's house out in the country. We lived in a more urban area, so it was quite a treat to be away from civilization for a while. At least, that's kind of how I saw it. I also got to see all my cousins who lived out in the country as well, and there was so much to do that was different than usual. My grandma lived in a small hollow with heavily forested hills that we all really enjoyed exploring. We would often get lost on purpose and see how long it took us to find our way back home. Not long after my 12th birthday, my parents took us for a trip to go see Grandma. It was in the early fall, which was my favorite time to visit, and also my favorite time to explore. I just loved when it was cold enough outside that you had to wear a jacket but not quite a coat yet, and the sound of the scrunching and crunching of leaves as they were crushed under my feet. Not to mention that with autumn, there was that wonderful smell that comes when the trees are barren, carried by the chilly breeze. Well, on this particular visit, my cousins Jessica and Phil, who were about the same age as me, were also very eager to go out and explore. We all set out after noon, immediately after we'd had our lunch. It didn't take very long until we all got lost. After a while and a lot of exploring, we eventually found our way to a gravel road that none of us were familiar with. Interested in seeing where it led, we followed it but stayed to the side of it. We were always careful not to walk in the road, just in case a car came by and didn't see us or something. A lot of times, the people driving on country gravel roads can be pretty careless about their driving habits. Well, eventually, walking on the road, we came up to a small bridge. It was one of those bridges that was really just a part of the road with a big metal tunnel underneath it. It was obviously there just because there was a small creek, and it was allowing that creek to run through. "Hey, do you want to go to the tunnel?" they asked me. "Yeah, that sounds like fun," I agreed. "Let's see how fast we can run through it. Last one there's a rotten egg." And yeah, I really did say that. All three of us began to run off the side of the road. We were fast approaching that tunnel. Before we got there, though, we were very surprised when a human hand and head popped out from the inside. We stopped in our tracks and looked at the man before us. He was an older, scruffy man who looked like he hadn't bathed in forever. He was actually wearing what looked like an old and very dirty top hat. His beard was gray and unkempt, and he was wearing a jacket that was a really dirty brown tweed. When he saw the three of us, he smiled a grin that had about 3 teeth in it. "Hey kids, you want to play with my dogs?" he asked immediately, quite excitedly. Well, none of us were sure what to do. Of course, our parents had always told us that we shouldn't talk to strangers. However, they had also taught us that we should always show our elders respect, and this man was definitely an elder. Now, while it might seem like his appearance should have put us off, it really didn't. We had plenty of relatives who really didn't look much better than he did. Now, being that I was the one who usually took charge, I decided to answer him this time. "No, that's okay. We're just outside exploring. We should really be getting back to our grandma's house now." "Oh, are you lost?" the man asked us, still smiling. He was still mostly standing inside the tunnel, and all we could really see was his head and the arm that was held up against the side as he leaned out. "No, we're not lost. We were just hiking," I replied. I knew enough that you should never let a stranger know when you were lost. The man just looked at us, still smiling that toothless smile, and repeated his question once more. "Well, do you want to play with my dogs?" We all looked at each other. Of course, we were very uncomfortable at this point. I was feeling very nervous in my stomach, but I really didn't want the others to know that. I knew we all wanted to leave, but we were taught to show respect to our elders, and he wasn't ready to let us leave yet. None of us answered. The man kept smiling and repeated his question again. Oh, not knowing what else to do, Jessica asked him, "Well, how many dogs do you have?" The man kept smiling. "I have 5 dogs, and they really love to play with kids. So, do you want to play with my dogs?" Perhaps realizing the man was not going to quit asking us until we agreed to at least see them, we finally agreed to his demands. Come on, right over here. They're just in the tunnel." The man smiled and stepped back into the tunnel out of sight. We began to walk over to him. "So, what sort of games or tricks do your dogs do?" I asked as we approached the entrance. Well, as the three of us came around, we were able to see inside the tunnel. We saw the most vile and disgusting thing any of us had ever seen in our lives. Several dogs, and it looked like far more than 5, were lying dead in a pile in the middle of that tunnel, stacked on top of each other. They'd obviously been dead for a good long time, and reeked, as well as being covered with flies. They were all tattered and decayed. Several of them were even in different stages. The man, however, was standing beside them, and that smile never left his face. Then he told us, "Oh, well, they only really know how to play dead." He narrowed his eyes and asked for the final time, "So, do you kids want to play with my dogs?" Well, needless to say, our respect for our elders was thrown right out the window. The three of us booked it out of there like there was no tomorrow. I heard the man screaming after us, "Come back and play with my dogs, kids. They love children." Fortunately for us, the man did not try and follow us. We were winded long before we made it home, but we never stopped until we got there. And that was the last time I ever went exploring at Grandma's. When I was younger, we used to go to my aunt's house and spend a month or two there in the summer. It was a lot of fun, actually. She lived out in the country in a nice, mildly wooded area. It was great for playing things like hide and seek with my one and only cousin. My family lived in the city, and I really would not have had it any other way. But what was so great about going to my aunt's house for a month or so was that I could have fun in the country without actually having to live there. Now, when I was 14 though, I had an experience which really soured me on those whole country visits. It was an early July day, and my dad had just dropped me off the preceding day. I'd been too tired to really do anything of note when I arrived, but after a good night's rest, I was ready on the second day to go out and play with my cousin. Not surprisingly, we decided to play a game of hide and seek. Yeah, it's pretty weird playing it with only 2 people, but we didn't really care. It was fun, and it gave us an opportunity to change up the rules a bit. There was no running back to base to be safe. One of us would count to 100 while the other one hid. The counter, the one who was it, would have 30 minutes to find the hider. If he was successful, then the hider would then be it. If not, we'd just start a new round. On or around the 3rd round of play that day, my cousin was it, and I ran off to hide. We liked to make the game as challenging as possible, so the person who was it would count to 100 as slowly as they could. Then they would generally walk around and sometimes try to talk to the hider. You know, kinda make them nervous or get some sort of reaction that would reveal where they were. This time I ran way off into the woods and soon found myself a big rock to hide behind. It was right beside a depression in which a small creek was running. I had never actually seen this area before and figured this would be a great place to hide. I didn't think my cousin would ever find me. Well, I was right. For about 20 minutes, I sat there watching the water in the creek run. A couple of salamanders were running on the rocks, and I enjoyed watching them play around. But as I did that, I finally heard a noise out in the woods. It was a snapping, as if a twig had just cracked. I grinned even as I knew my cousin was near. Time was not on his side. "Where are you?" I heard a tiny voice in the distance. He was talking in a high, taunting voice like he always did. "Ollie, ollie, oxen free," he sang in a sing-song sort of tone. "Like I'm gonna come out for that," I whispered under my breath. I heard his feet as they crunched through the leaves on the ground. They were getting closer to me. I quietly glanced down at my watch, looking to see that I had 5 more minutes before I would win. come out, wherever you are. I'm gonna find you," I heard him call out in that high voice. The footsteps got a lot closer to me, and I felt like I was going to lose right at the last moment. I grimaced, expecting to see my cousin looking around the rock. I tried my best to hold very still. "Come out," I heard him call. After a moment, though, a tense moment in which I completely expected him to find me, I heard the leaves crack again as he began walking away from me. Just when I was about to congratulate myself, I felt a vibration in my pocket. Although I jumped at first, I was able to contain myself without making too much noise. It seemed my cousin was desperate, and he was trying to call me on my cell phone, hoping the ringtone would alert him to where I was. I quickly grabbed the phone to stop the vibration and saw it was a text message, not a call. Looking at it, it said, "Hey, Scott, I twisted my ankle and had to hobble back home. I can't look for you right now, so just come on home, okay?" I paused, and then heard the steps coming back toward me. I heard the voice, which I knew now was not my cousin's. "Ollie, ollie, oxen free, Scott. Come on out." Whoever this was not my cousin, but they knew my name. At first, I thought it would be best to just wait this out. Whoever it was had come so close to the rock and left. If he kept talking, I would probably know where he was, and if he came close, I could try and get away. Immediately after thinking that, though, I heard, "I know you're behind that rock. Come on out, Scott." I heard the crunching get closer to me, and I realized this person knew where I was. I only had one choice. I jumped up and thrust myself forward and ran like hell without ever looking back. I never saw who it was, not a single glance. I didn't need to know. I just ran and didn't stop until I got back to the house. When I arrived and felt like I was safe, I explained to my aunt what had happened. Needless to say, she did not let us go out into the woods anymore that summer. I told her how strange it was that whoever this man was, he knew my name and seemed to be taunting me. He obviously knew where I was hiding the whole time, and tried to make me believe he didn't. My aunt didn't seem too disconcerted though, but she never really explained why. She just always maintained that it would be best for us to stay inside that summer. This is by far the weirdest experience I'd ever had in my life. I grew up in a military family for the first 12 years of my life. When my dad decided to retire, he bought a house out in rural Tennessee. It was a very difficult adjustment for me, but not for the reasons you might think. Being the child of a military officer, I was moved around quite a lot growing up, so it wasn't really difficult moving away from friends or starting at new schools, because I had done it so many times before. The hard thing about the move to the country was that it was a complete environmental change. I had previously lived only on military bases, where there were a plethora of kids to make friends with. My dad bought a house that was pretty well off the beaten path, as I remember the nearest home being a half-hour drive away. Although I knew I'd make some friends at school, there weren't going to be any kids around me to hang out with at home, so I was going to have to find a way to entertain myself. The activity that I found I enjoyed the most was exploring the woods around the house. I could go out several times a week and just wander around for hours. I'd very rarely go to the same place twice. It was a vast wooded area I lived in, and I really enjoyed exploring it. There were creeks and hills and rocks and even caves. I even came across a waterfall once too. Well, on this particular day, I'd been out exploring for a while and had actually gotten quite lost. That wasn't too big of a deal. I mean, it had happened to me before. I really didn't have any good scouting ability, but usually if I just wandered enough, I would get back to where I was going. After a bit of time, I actually came across an old and apparently abandoned house just sitting right there smack dab in the middle of these woods. Now, this wasn't the first time I'd come across a building though. There'd been some rundown old sheds or old barns just completely eaten up by the elements. But this was more interesting, because this was an actual house, and it was not as bad off as all the other buildings had been. The house itself was a 2-story affair, but the roof was pretty much all gone. It was covered in chipped white paint that was peeling off the old brick walls. All of the windows were completely busted out, which I assumed happened long after it was abandoned, because they had apparently never been boarded up. The front door was long since gone as well, and there was moss growing on the front of the building in certain areas. Now, I probably shouldn't have, but I immediately wanted to take a look inside this building. Unlike most of the others I'd come across, it was not completely run down. Walking up to it, I walked through the doorway and into the interior of the front room. It was obviously a living room, and even had some extremely worn down and rotting furniture in it still. The floor, however, was very solid, so I walked on it with no problem. Looking up, I saw there were these huge holes in the ceiling, and the back wall of the house was pretty much all gone. Still, I was completely fascinated. After peeking around at the leftover furnishings and other items, I finally found my way over to the staircase. I pressed my foot against the bottom step and found it was completely solid. So I began to walk up the steps, very carefully, each time making sure to test each step before fully putting my weight down on it. Each stair creaked, of course, but even though it made me feel nervous, I was now somewhat exhilarated. My sense of adventure had been piqued. When I got to the top, I found my heart beating hard in my chest. I looked around to see if any of the rooms had strong and solid enough floors for me to walk on. There was one room that seemed alright. When I walked into it, I noticed it was a girl's room. Like the other rooms, it still had a lot of furniture in it. I walked over to the vanity, and it had half the mirror still intact. After looking at my cracked reflection, I looked down at the vanity itself. There were some combs and a brush and even some hair berets lying on the shelf. I fumbled through the items when I saw something really strange. There seemed to be an old journal lying on top of it. Somehow it hadn't been completely destroyed by the elements, so I picked it up and started to flip through it. The book itself was really weird. It wasn't really writing as much as it was a lot of stick figure drawings. The majority of them were of a girl. I knew that because she had a little triangle drawn for her dress. But there was also this huge thing labeled Daddy, but it wasn't a person, and it wasn't a stick figure either. It was a big, vile-looking beast, like something from Where the Wild Things Are. In some of the pictures, the girl was holding its hand, and in others, she was running away from it. Still, and even more, she was hiding from it. Well, I figured if this journal was written by a little girls can be pretty imaginative, and that's probably all it was. That's a bit odd, I told myself as I sat the book back down. I then heard a strange creaking noise right behind me. Nervous at first, I jumped and spun around, but didn't see anything. I told myself, it's just an old house. Probably hadn't had anybody in it for a long time. It was just reacting to me being there. Looking around some more, I saw there was a closet, so I walked over to it. There were a lot of old clothes, little girls' clothes, of course, hanging there ruined, molded, and mildewed. Above the hangers, there was a shelf, and I saw some items up there. I stood on my tiptoes and reached my hand up. As I moved, I accidentally knocked a tennis ball off the shelf. It fell to the floor and rolled across to the middle of the room. I went to go pick it up. As soon as I crouched down next to the bed, I found myself suddenly face to face with a young girl who was obviously hiding. She was wearing a white dress with a red belt and a red handkerchief in her hair. She was completely clean and groomed, a stark contrast to everything else that was there. She looked me in the eyes very panicked and put a finger to her lips. Shh, Daddy's looking for me. I really had no idea what to think in this situation, but my fight or flight instinct kicked in and chose flight. I jumped up, ran to the stairs, got down the entire staircase in 2 huge strides, and jetted out the front door. I did not look back at that dilapidated house as I ran and ran. Unfortunately, since I'd just run aimlessly into the woods, I ended up getting myself even more lost, and it took quite a while for me to get home. Eventually, though, I did make it there, the entire time nervously looking around. I expected to see the little girl or her daddy somewhere out in the woods. I didn't tell anyone about the experience when I got home. I really didn't know what to think about it. It wasn't as scary as it was weird. Even if there really was no daddy, I'd just seen a young girl hiding under a bed in a long abandoned house in the middle of the woods. It was completely creepy. Needless to say, I never went hiking in that area ever again. This is a long one, guys, but it's well worth the read. It really freaked me out at the time. If anyone has a solid idea of what this was, or if they've had a similar experience, I would love to hear it. This happened to me a while back, when I decided to go on another camping trip alone. I've always liked to camp alone. There's something so serene and sobering about being isolated in the middle of the wilderness, and I've always just found it really relaxing. So I planned out what trail I was going to take, packed my camping gear and my rifle for protection, and jumped in my truck. I get to this trail early in the morning, and hike about 15 to 20 miles until I found exactly the right spot. I headed off the trail and found a place to put my tent up. I stumbled upon this nice-sized clearing and decided it was a nice, beautiful spot to settle down. I was really exhausted at this point, but I set up the tent at the southernmost edge of the clearing, right next to the tree line, and I managed to get a fire going as well. I roast up some weenies and start to hear a sound in the distance underneath all the forest noise. It sounded like an animal or something, most likely a deer with a lame leg, as it sounded like the animal was making a walking or dragging noise. I felt bad for the poor guy, but it was too far away and it was already getting dark, so I really couldn't go find it and put it out of its misery. I thought nothing of it after that and went about eating my food. After I eat, I douse the fire and crawl into my tent and insert myself into my sleeping bag. I decided though that even in my exhausted and relaxed state, I still couldn't go to sleep. I pulled out a book I had brought with me and started to read by the light of my lamp. The hours go by though, and I hear that sound again, this time closer, right at the opposite side of the clearing. Surprised, I put my book down and listened to this animal drag across the clearing toward my tent. It was really loud at this point. It sounded like something was being heavily planted with the dragging noise following shortly after, like it was dragging something along. It made it to what I assume was about the middle of the clearing and stopped, and then I heard nothing else. No breathing, not even a sound from this animal. I unzipped the tent and looked into the clearing, but I couldn't see anything but trees and darkness. What the fuck? Unnerved at this point, I zipped the tent back up and sit there listening for any other noises. Nothing, just the crickets and the breeze. I decided that there were a lot of strange noises in the woods at night and tried not to let it bother me. Besides, I had my rifle with me for protection. I start to doze off when I hear men's laughter off in the distance to my right, and then women's laughter, sticks snapping far off to my left as well. I'm bolt upright now, wondering if what I'm hearing is really what I'm hearing or just a product of being half asleep. I hear more laughing coming from other directions, all of them different. Old men, old women, even children I hear. I confirmed that it was real. The noises were closing in. I grabbed my rifle, preparing to fire a warning shot in the air in case they came too close. Something about this laughter, how far in I was, the noise earlier, and the time of night, told me this was not just another family that happened to be strolling through. I was on edge enough already, but then I noticed that the nightlife was dead quiet. It didn't even seem like the wind was making any noise. I decided enough is enough. I unzipped my tent and fired a shot into the night. I sat there and surveyed the tree line, seeing nothing. I listened intensely to my surroundings. No laughing, and the forest sounds had all returned, it seemed. Relaxing just a bit and figuring I'd scared whoever it was off, I sat down, and in my exhausted state, I fell asleep. I woke up later in a cold sweat, racked with anxiety. It was still dark outside. I immediately heard two people whispering not too far from my tent. Alert, I grabbed my rifle and listened to what they were saying. I couldn't make out very much, but I heard something about being lost. I shouted out, "Hey, who's there?" The voices all fell silent. I shout again, "Are you guys lost? Do you need help or something? Who's there?" Suddenly, a huge burst of flame, like somebody was carrying a flamethrower or something, erupted from the middle of the clearing, illuminating several silhouettes of people just standing around my tent. In shock, I fired my rifle, blowing a hole in the front of my tent, and everything went dark. Without checking my surroundings, I got up and sprinted out of there, making a hard left back to where the trail was. I hiked until sunrise all the way back to my truck, with my head over my shoulder the entire way. I never heard anyone follow me. I never saw anyone or anything the whole way, but I just could not shake the feeling the entire time that I was still being watched. After that, my enjoyment of camping alone left me like I'd left all my gear in the woods that night.